Patients who are having some kind of audio problem that we seem to be working on, or maybe we're having a problem remoting in somebody. And I'm sure people will let us know. We're ready to start? Okay, welcome to the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board. March 13th, we have a very exciting and interesting agenda today, so we need to get to it. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Present.
Dr. Olson,
Present.
Mr. Strawn,
Here.
Ms. Tu,
Present.
and Ms. Warren. And Chair Cantu.
Here.
We have a quorum.
We have a quorum. So before I actually start the meeting, I want to introduce you to our newest board member. We are thrilled to have Win Tu as our latest board member. And so you will see her now forever and ever until all of our work is complete. And we're very excited to have such a talented and accomplished person to join us up here in the dais.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for the warm welcome. Looking forward to serving.
Great. Our first item is a public forum. Any member of the public may address or ask questions of the board relating to any matter within the San Diego Regional Board's jurisdiction, provided that that matter is not on the agenda or is pending before this board. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make his or her comments. Do we have anybody who wishes to address the board in this public forum?
We have Mr. Andrew Meyer from the San Diego Audubon Society online.
Mr. Meyer, if you're hooked up, please proceed. Do we have anyone else? Mr. Meyer, if you're able to join us, please do so now. And not hearing from you, we're going to move on to our board business. The board will consider adoption of our board minutes of February the 14th. Is there a motion and a second to approve the minutes as mailed?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Although, without any discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Abstain.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye. Thank you. Our next order of business, number 2, are our reports from the board members, myself, the State Board Liaison, who is with us today, and our executive officer to bring us up to date on any events that happened in the last 30 days since we last met. So I want to call first State Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're very happy to have you down here in San Diego, all the way from Sacramento. I know you got up very early to make that trip, and we appreciate that.
Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. I'm happy to be here this morning. I apologize, I wasn't able to join you at the last meeting. I was on a panel talking about water in Southern California with UCLA and different members of I was actually a member of the Senate. And so, and different legislators were there at the panel discussion. And so it was a very interesting conversation, and the focus was on the Los Angeles area, San Diego area, and different areas within just down here in Southern California, and water, and what does the future of water look like down here in the area. So it's a very interesting conversation, and I was honored to be invited. So that's where I was at the last board meeting. So apologies I wasn't able to be here, but I felt that was a very important conversation, and was happy to participate within it. So let's see here, what's all going on? There's a few things. So on February 6th, the State Board adopted the California 2024 Clean Water Act Section 303D list, which include listings and delistings from the San Diego area. And so this proposed final staff report and the summary and comments responses can be found on the State Board's website. This list will go to US EPA later this spring. So on March 5th, the State Water Board heard an update on the Racial Equity Action Plan, this first year of the implementation of the action plan. So we heard items from all of our different board offices and divisions with the State Water Board on where they are and implementing the plan. And so some items are ahead of others, but they are still moving ahead and moving forward. And so each year there will be an annual update and progress report that is made to the board so that we're able to weigh in on the actions that have been taken and the direction of the plan. So something that has been started, which I'm happy about, is the prioritization of drinking water regulations and development. So we heard so we adopted a resolution that includes that prioritization on March 5th. And so this resolution outlines a series of priorities, including adopting MCLs on hexavalent chromium, PFOA and PFOS, arsenic, NDMA, styrene, cadmium, mercury, and disinfectant byproducts. In addition, DDW, our Division of Drinking Water, will prioritize water quality standards for on-site treatment and reuse, lead and copper rule revisions, as well as detection limits and group of primacy package approvals. This gives the State Board the opportunity to really take a look at what's coming up and to look at, are there different treatment techniques that are used for the different pollutants to where we can then perhaps group them together and move them together as a package or move them together in a series that makes sense. So that way drinking water systems and perhaps even wastewater systems that can take a look at, hey, if I'm going to install this type of treatment, it can then cover multiple different types of pollutants. And so therefore they can also take advantage of looking at how they are also their capital improvement programs and better plan also. So we're really looking at ways to improve and to be more transparent of what's coming up. And that also goes for as, looking at like the PFOA and PFOS, looking at putting those together, moving them together perhaps as a package versus one by one. So looking for ways to improve how we are packaging and looking at MCLs. So this is the time of year for our fee stakeholder meetings. And so those are moving forward. So there's been 2 already on March 7th and so on March 7th, it says water quality and water rights. I thought water quality was a little bit later, so maybe I was wrong on that. March 8th was for drinking water and ELAP, and so then the next round will take place in June. So we're moving forward on those. One that is a little bit out of sequence is SGMA, if anyone's following it. Most of that is more going to be being followed by the Central Valley, but just want to mention it also that we are holding, we're taking a look at the SGMA fees, and we're actually going to be holding a hearing to perhaps adopt different fees here coming this month. So usually we hold the workshops right now, and then we adopt any fee changes in the fall. But the SGMA, we're going to do those early. So the other thing, and so I just want to give an update, especially because we have a new board member here on the California's water supply strategy, California water and implementation actions. And so the water supply strategy outlines California's strategy and priority actions to adapt and protect water supplies based on new data and accelerated climate change to ensure California has the new water needed for generations to come. This strategy outlines 4 sets of actions. The state will pursue, sets targets, and identifies specific implementation action steps and prepare California for its new climate reality. And so a couple of actions I just wanted to highlight. One is by the Division of Water Quality, and that's stormwater capture. And so I'm looking to support local stormwater capture projects in cities and towns. So the goal there is to increase the annual supply capacity by at least 250,000 acre feet by 2030 and 500,000 acre feet by 2040. So our storms project, which is the strategy to optimize resource management of stormwater unit, recently published a public-facing GIS-based story map called California's Untapped Stormwater Capture Potential. It's a non-technical, educational, and visual-rich explanation of how stormwater runoff is generated in urban areas, the importance of stormwater resources and management in California. So it's really interesting. I took a look and browsed through it. To me, it's a great resource to direct people to better understand what stormwater is, its value, and why we want to capture it. The other one I wanted to highlight was our Division of Financial Assistance, the Water Recycling Fund Program. And so on January 10th, the state released the governor's proposed budget, reducing the amount of general fund appropriations by approximately $174.4 million, and delay of approximately 100 million until fiscal year 25-26 for water recycling and groundwater cleanup projects. And so the potential grant limit reductions for construction projects for recycle projects are going to be discussed at our next board meeting. And so anyone that's interested in that, please tune in, and please, any public that's watching, please feel free to make comment and weigh in on the proposed reductions. So with that concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. There are many people in the audience today who I think might be particularly interested in the stormwater video, how that works, because that has great impact and is of their interest. And of course, I'm interested, and probably a lot of other people are too. Do you have a link, or did you have a way we can access that stormwater video?
And so I do have a link that I can send again to the clerk of the board, and then make sure that that is available.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. I'm trying to think how we can make it available relatively quickly. Maybe you could just write it down and we could put it up on the wall over there and people can look at it and take a picture of it with their camera.
Of course.
Or something like that, so it would be accessible. Great. Also, I think it's really important to note, you announced that there'll be the hearings on the fee structures.
Yes.
It's important for people to realize that we are now a fee-based organization. So everything that we do, we pay for with the fees that people pay when they apply for permits and other things. And so, everyone likes to say, well, fees are always too high. If you don't know what they are, they're still too high. But it's important to realize that you get what you pay for. And a well-financed, although we're not anywhere near well-financed, but just a financed professional organization like the water boards is important to do the work, to do good quality work that will support all the needs of the people in our region and throughout the state of California. So the people who feel that we ought not to raise fees and they might even starve us to death, will realize, I hope, that what they get is a product that's not as good as they would otherwise get. We've always had the tradition and the reputation of very top professionals in the water board and very dedicated professionals. We want to keep that. We can only keep that if we have a salary schedule that is consistent with the market. So fee hearings are very important to the future of water and California in general thriving. Any questions for our representative? Any questions? Do you have any questions as a new board member?
No.
Okay.
Listen.
So thank you very much, and thank you for making the trip.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, I'll invite our fellow board members, colleagues at the dais for any announcements or questions or announcement. Dr. Olson.
I'd just like to say there's a member of the South Coast Water District who has become ill. His name is Rick Ergonaut. He's an individual that's been very heavily involved with surf riders. And so he served the county and he's quite ill. And so I just wanted this whole board and everyone to wish him well and a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Yeah, the board will probably remember a few months ago when I talked about going up in the Sierras with our staff doing environmental DNA sampling, which is a emerging technology that's really pretty exciting. And yesterday I was able to have a meeting with Chad Laughlin of our staff and the San Diego River Foundation and South Coast Steelhead Coalition. We're looking at setting up a volunteer kind of citizens monitoring team. We've been using the little state supplied, their little, basically a syringe, and you can suck out a few millimeters of water and filter that and send that in, but you get a very broad result. And with Chad's machine here, we're able to pull several liters of water, filter that, get it in, and delve down into specifics. So what we're looking at is things like the River Park wants to look for native pond turtles and newts in the upper river. Steelhead Coalition is looking for invasive bullhead that predate the steelhead. We're looking for rainbow trout up in the upper San Diego River and some of the other streams. And this technology allows us to do that very accurately and has the potential for identifying diseases and locating them and maybe isolating them when there's a problem with that. It all works under the state swamp program. They've been providing the syringes, and now we're going to upgrade. Hopefully my fly fishing club can buy one of these machines so we don't have to borrow Chad's. It's just exciting stuff, and you're going to probably hear more about it. But the ability, instead of sending a bunch of volunteers out to a stream to look for a native or an invasive fish, you just go suck up a little water, filter it, send it off to a lab, and they can tell you a whole lot of things about it. You're able to identify specific things or get a broad spectrum result. So we're excited about it, and I just thought the board should be aware. Again, our citizen monitoring team will be able to assist our staff, I think, in doing some of the more remote areas.
Well, that's very exciting, particularly to hear the new technology. That sounds
Chair
great.
Cantu,
Yes,
Mr. Meyer has joined us.
I'll invite him after we finish the board members. Do you have anything? Just one small thing. On February 28th, I met with IBWC, International Border and Water Commissioner Maria Elena Giner, about the condition of the plant and relations with Tijuana and the future of the pollutant flows that all of us are so very keen and tied into from Tijuana to San Diego and into the ocean. She conveyed to me she's very, very dedicated to this problem and resolving it. It is a #1 priority. She clearly demonstrated she spends, I should say this softly, a disproportionate amount of her time on this problem at the expense possibly of other border issues which are also looming. Her biggest setback is the fact that they don't have the money they need to work with. They're waiting for an additional appropriation that the administration has requested, and that's direly needed. They're making some progress. The progress is hard coming, and sometimes it feels like it's 1 step forward and 2 steps backwards, but they're definitely dedicated to making progress. So many people in this region have suffered the results of a failing plant. And a large metropolitan area that flows to the north. And the IBWC's responsibilities are to try to mitigate that in addition to running that plant. And it is not, we don't see the end or the rainbow yet. There's a tremendous amount of hard work yet and a tremendous need for additional money that has been identified through their budget analysis. But she did state that she is available to us. She wants to be responsive and transparent to us. Her staff has certainly done that, which is a huge sea change from what we saw in the past. And I expect that she'll be here to address the board in not too many months. So that's my report. And if we're finished with those reports, and before we go to executive officer report, we'll invite Mr. Gary Myers.
Andrew Meyer.
Andrew Myers. Mr. Myers, are you available now?
I am. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for being late. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Chair Cantu. And hello, board members. This is Andrew Meyer. I'm the San Diego Director of Conservation for the San Diego Audubon Society and the Rewild Mission Bay Program Manager. I apologize for not being there in person, but I'm super happy you have the Zoom meeting up and running. I just wanted to give the board a quick update. We have gotten, Mission Bay has gotten a whole lot of support from the Regional Water Quality Control Board on the opportunity to improve water quality and restore some of the beneficial uses that Mission Bay used to provide the public through a SEP funding project that went to the city of San Diego for a new wetlands heavy plan for the northeast corner of Mission Bay. The city has been working on their De Anza Natural Plan with 4 EIR alternatives that have been fully analyzed now. And the city's plan is coming to the Environment Committee tomorrow, the 14th, from 1 to 4 p.m. or at 1 p.m. It'll probably be a long meeting, so I don't know how long it'll go. But at 1 p.m., the Environment Committee hears from the City Planning Department about their De Anza Natural Plan that was funded through this SEP project that the regional board set up for them. We super appreciate, we've got the funding, we're glad that the city has gotten that funding and been encouraged along towards a plan that is much better than the first iteration of it was. The Rewild Coalition, our 86-member organization coalition that's been pushing the city to invest heavily in natural infrastructure in restored wetlands at the northeast corner of the bay here, has several things that we really want improved in the plan, but it is much better than it was the first time around. I wanted to just make sure that that meeting was on the board members' radar and encourage board members to make a comment, or if there's a Zoom component to it as well, or show up in person if at all possible. The Environment Committee has asked for the regulatory resource agencies and the water board to be at the meeting and give their perspective. It would be awesome for the Environment Committee council members to hear from a board member. The just reading the text of the SEP drives home the point about what opportunity we have here and how important it is, and would really go a long way towards supporting those council members advocating for improvements to the existing plan. The last time I gave an update 3 or 4 months ago, I know Director Dave Gibson and we've been working with Chris Means through our Wetlands Working Group. There's been a lot of support from the Regional Water Quality Control Board for a better plan that prioritizes water quality improvement. And it would be super helpful, and I think important for the city of San Diego to hear from a board member or the board itself what opportunity exists and what support they'd get from the board down the road if they meet the requirements of the SEP. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on your radar. If I would be happy to share some of the details about where and when that meeting is and how to join and that kind of thing in a follow-up email, if that's appropriate.
Thank you. Why don't you follow up with Dave Gibson, and we'll be made aware of it then. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
At this point, are there any questions for our executive officer, Dave Gibson, who is remoting in from upstairs because he has a cough and he doesn't want to share it with any of us?
Dave, to the last speaker's question, is there a representative from the staff that's going to that environmental committee meeting?
Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board and Stephanie. I don't know at this point that we have anybody queued up for that. We could certainly try if that was practical to get somebody to that event.
Any other questions for Dave? Dave, thank you for your very comprehensive 101-page executive officer's report. I don't think that's actually a record, but it did seem to be particularly comprehensive again.
Thank you. There's a lot going on in our office right now in our region. So that's just touching the top of it. The 101 pages is not quite a record, but it's getting close. I hope the board appreciates that about 17 pages of that is on the Tijuana River and border water quality issues, which is consuming a substantial amount of our time and attention, as indeed it should. I wanted to add that we have the IBWC on the agenda for an update. Commissioner Hanar herself indicated she would be present at the May board meeting. And also I'd like to ask the board, and joining me in congratulating, announced just this morning our newest senior water resource control engineer, Fasayo Osibodu, who has appeared before you many times. He will be taking over the leadership of our water sustainability and protection unit. Also, welcome Yen too. I'm very sorry that I can't meet you in person right now. Upstairs getting through this cold, but I will be glad to talk with you later on today. That's all that I have for this month's report, Chair Cantu, unless there are any other questions.
Thank you, and congratulations to Osayo. So at this point, we'll move on to action item number 3, conditional waivers of WDR reissuance. These are the reissuance of waste discharge requirements of low-threat discharges in the San Diego region. We have several on here. It seems like our staff is getting ready. As we take our places, I will administer the oath of office to all persons, the oath to all persons intending to testify on this matter. If you are here in person or attending virtually via Zoom, please raise your right hand and answer "I do" after I read the oath. Are you all ready? Do you swear the comments you are about to give are the truth? Thank you all. You may lower your hands. Before you address the board, please state your name and whether or not you took the oath for the record. Today's order of proceedings will begin with a presentation from the San Diego Water Board staff, and then we will take comments from the public. So our board staff presentation will begin now. I don't know if that's on.
There you go. Okay.
That sounds much better.
Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mahsa Izadmer. I'm a water resource control engineer with Water Sustainability and Protection Unit. And today I'm joined with my colleague, Brandon Bushnell. And today's presentation focuses on reissuance of conditional waivers of waste discharge requirements for low-threat discharges in the San Diego region. Brandon and I will review the current waivers and discuss any relevant changes. And then at the end of the presentation, you can address any questions you may have. So this is an overview of presentation. So we will start with giving some regulatory background of low-threat conditional waivers. And then we will review of current waivers, purposes, background, fees, and proposed changes, if any. And then we will go through public engagements and then briefly talk about the comments that we received. And lastly, we will tie it all together with what we are here for, which is consideration of tentative order, and give our staff recommendations and answer any questions from the board members or member of the public. Conditional waivers effectively and efficiently regulate discharges with low threat to water quality. It's requiring management measures and best management practices, such as shown on the pictures, like cover piles and straw waddles. These conditional waivers require fewer regulatory requirements when the discharge is in compliance with the waivers. And these conditional waivers allow staff to focusing on higher threat discharges, such as infrastructure projects, to move quickly. These waivers are in addition to local regulations and do not replace or supersede those regulations. So, discharges shall not contain any concentration of pollutants in excess of the basin plan water quality objectives. So low-threat discharges are not expected to adversely affect the quality of groundwater. And the San Diego Water Board has the authority to terminate the discharger if they are not if they fail to be in compliance with the waiver conditions or prohibitions. And also conditional waivers implements the goals of the practical vision, such as strategizing for healthy waters, proactive public outreach and communication, and sustainable local water supply. Now I hand it over to Brandon for the regulatory backgrounds.
Thank you, Masa. My name is Brandon Bushnell, and I've taken the oath. Water Code Section 13260 requires that any person or organization proposing or discharging waste that could affect the quality of waters of the state must file a report of waste discharge and receive to the appropriate regional water board and apply for waste discharge requirements. Water Code Section 13269 gives each regional water board the authority to conditionally waive the requirements to submit a report of waste discharge and obtain waste discharge requirements. A regional water board must determine that the waiver for a specific discharge or type of discharge is consistent with the basin plan and is not against the interest of the public. The regional water board must also renew waivers every 5 years, and those waivers may require monitoring or annual fees. The first conditional waiver in the San Diego region was adopted via resolution in October of 2007, and those waivers were added to the basin plan. The first standalone waiver order was adopted in June of 2014 and took those waivers out of the basin plan. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the San Diego Water Board was and continues to be the lead agency for this project, and as such, the board prepared and adopted a negative declaration along with order number R9 2014-0041. Since the adoption of the negative declaration in 2014, there's been no significant changes to the waivers, and thus there's been no need to file a new CEQA determination. The board renewed the waivers again in May of 2019 to meet the 5-year renewal requirement in the Water Code Section 13269. Now pass it back to Masa.
So we revised and renewed 10 classification of waivers. Waiver number 2, which is for the discharges of recycled water, has been removed because it's already included, because the State Water Board adopted the statewide water reclamation requirements for recycled water use on June 2016. And we revised the following waivers: miscellaneous low-threat discharges to land, discharges or disposal of solid waste to land, and discharges of emergency or disaster-related waste. And when we remove waiver number 2, so the numbering of the waivers subsequently has been adjusted. Now we are going through each waivers to give you some backgrounds. Now back to Brandon for waiver numbers 1 to 6.
Waiver number 1 is and will remain the waiver for the reuse of gray water on site. Gray water is defined as untreated wastewater that has not been contaminated by any toilet discharge or other bodily waste and does not present a threat from contamination by unhealthful processing or manufacturing. Gray water includes, but is not limited to, wastewater from bathtubs, showers, and laundry machines, but does not include wastewater from kitchen sinks, dishwashers, toilets, or bidets. The gray water waiver requires projects to comply with local ordinances and regulations, as well as the plumbing code. On the screen, you will see a depiction of a couple of typical gray water setups. The County of San Diego does not require any local permits for gray water systems feeding directly off only laundry machines, as depicted in the diagram on the right. Waiver number 2 will be the low-threat miscellaneous discharges to land, which could potentially percolate to groundwater. Low-threat discharges include liquid waste containing pollutant concentrations that are not expected to adversely impact the quality of waters of the state under ambient conditions, as shown on the screen, and those include discharges from air conditioner condensate and non-contact cooling water, from the draining of swimming pools, and from the construction and test pumping of water wells, as well as the others listed on the screen here. The only minor change was that we added a definition for non-contact cooling discharge. Waiver number 3 is for the discharge of winery process water to lined evaporation ponds at small wineries. Winery process water is defined as wastewater generated from the winemaking process. And winery process water may include, but not limited to, grape juice, wash water, solids leachate, cooling water, cleaning chemicals, water softener regeneration brine, and storm water directed through the process water collection, treatment, and/or disposal system. A small winery is defined as a winery with a production facility, vineyard, and tasting room that does not have any additional auxiliary facilities such as a restaurant, inn, or one that hosts large events such as weddings. Waiver number 4 is for the discharges that originate from timber harvesting and/or forest maintenance, otherwise referred to as viticulture. A few examples would be discharges from stormwater runoff from active management areas, discharges originating from timber harvesting projects and/or from wildlife suppression and fuels management activities. As you might imagine, this waiver is utilized by the Forest Service as they work to maintain the Cleveland National Forest in our region that is pictured on the right. Waiver number 5 is for the operations of small and medium confined animal operation facilities, or CAFOs for short. The definition and number ranges of animals that define small, medium, and large are defined in Title 40 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 122.23. For example, 150 to 499 horses would be considered a medium-sized CAFO, and anything under that range would be considered a small, and anything above that range would be considered a large. Large CAFOs are not eligible for enrollment and must enroll in the Industrial General Permit for stormwater discharges, and may also need site-specific individual waste discharge requirements depending on the operation. There are no changes proposed to this waiver. This waiver does require an annual fee in accordance with the Water Quality Fee Schedule prepared and updated by the State Water Board. Waiver number 6 is for aquatic animal production facilities and is the only waiver that allows for limited surface water discharges in accordance with federal regulations. An aquatic animal production facility means a hatchery, fish farm, aquaculture, or other facilities that contain, grow, or hold aquatic animals in either two categories: cold water species or warm water species. Cold water facilities, which produce less than approximately 20,000 pounds of aquatic animals per year, and warm water facilities, which produce approximately less than 100,000 pounds of aquatic animals per year, qualify for the waiver. An example of an aquatic animal production facility in our region would be the Hubs SeaWorld Research Institute, pictured on the screen. I'll now pass it back to Masa to cover the remaining waivers.
Next waiver is waiver number 7, which is for discharges of slurries to land, which may be a source of pollutants that are not expected to pose a threat to the water of the state. Slurry typically consists of water and some other material to form a liquid mixture. It covers 3 categories: drilling muds, concrete grinding residue, and sand and gravel mining operation. It's important to mention that for the sand and gravel mining operation, the discharger is required to be permitted and in compliance with the Industrial Stormwater General Permit. Next waiver, waiver number 8, which is for the dischargers and disposal of solid waste to land. The export of soil from the site that are not known to be contaminated is not subject to enrollment under the solid waste waiver. The following types of discharges that are not permitted under the individual WDR may be eligible for the enrollment under the waiver number 8, which is discharges or application of soil amendments or mulches, soil containing waste to temporary waste piles, inert waste to solid waste disposal facilities accepting only inert waste, and discharges or application of soil characterized as inert from known contaminated sites. We made some minor changes to this waiver. We clarified the term of known contaminated sites. A site may not be known to be contaminated prior to export, but during the excavation, it may encounter previously unknown contaminated sediment. Following the discovery, the site is a known contaminated site and the discharger is required to apply for the waiver. And we also clarified the inert waste soil that are discharged, disposed, or reused at any site that cannot have any detectable odors of hydrocarbon, chlorinated solvent, or other contaminated waste odor. We also simplified the table number 1 and 2, which represent Tier 1 and Tier 2 soil screening level to improve the readability. But all the detailed information has been retained, but just relocated to the staff report as a reference. Next waiver is waiver number 9, which is for discharging of waste. This waiver categorized into two different groups. The number one is discharges of waste related to fireworks displays over land. For this group, fireworks display must be permitted by all relevant public agencies such as fire department, law enforcement, and water supply agencies. And the second category is for other periodic aerial discharges of waste to land, such as spreading fertilizer over croplands, using airplane or drones, as you can see on the picture, or an efforts to control mosquitoes population and prevent disease outbreak. Insecticides may be sprayed periodically over the impacted areas. Last waivers, waiver number 10, which is for discharges from regional emergencies and disaster in the San Diego region, which is recognized as a state of emergency by the California governor, which might contain some pollutants that can negatively impact the quality of the water. The following types of discharge may be eligible for this waiver: incidental discharges of oil and oily water, discharges of mass mortality waste, repair and protection activities in non-federal waters of the state, dredge or fill material into non-federal waters of the state, and other discharges of disaster-related waste. We made some minor changes to this waiver. Some sections that are addressed in the disaster-related general statewide order have been eliminated, such as requirements for discharges of disaster-related waste to temporary waste piles, and also disposal of mass mortality waste requirements. We did also revise the requirements for discharges of mass mortality waste to temporary waste piles and emergency landfills. Back to Brandon for public engagement.
We held 2 public workshops in accordance with Assembly Bill 2108 that requires public outreach for any general order or waiver. The notice for the virtual workshops was posted and sent out to our email list on September 14th, 2023. The public workshops were both on October 26, 2023, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Staff received some feedback and comments from the regulated community and relevant stakeholders at the workshops and took that into consideration while drafting the new waiver order. The City of San Diego submitted one comment letter during the comment period on January 8th. The board staff issued a response to comments on February 29th, which Masa will cover next.
So board released the tentative order on December 4, 2023, and we received a letter from the City of San Diego. We accepted some of the comments, while the majority of comments were not necessarily, because the language was already included in the order. Comments primarily focusing on the consistency on prohibition of any discharges to MS4 and the legal authority of the San Diego Water Board in termination of any discharges if they are not in compliance with the waiver conditions. And the last one is adding 2 parameters of coliform bacteria and Enterococcus to the influent and effluent monitoring requirements for the aquatic animal production facilities. The staff prepared the response to comments letter as supporting document number 6, which can be found in the agenda package. So staff recommends the board adopt order number R9-2024-0001, and Brandon and I are available here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our staff from the board? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think Brandon was sharing the possible waiver item on firework, and it's over land. Why is it only over land? Is over water a separate thing? Is that the reason?
Yes, yes. This is for the waste discharge over lands.
Okay.
We do have an NPDES general order that's for the aerial discharge of fireworks over water.
Okay. And is that over water in freshwater and ocean water?
That would be all federal waters. So if it was over a state water body per se, then it wouldn't potentially fall under the waiver. But that there's not a whole lot of state waters that aren't federally waters in our region.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
This isn't a question specific to the waivers you put in front of us, but from a policy perspective or from a procedure perspective, do you look at waivers in other regions, or is there any requirement that I don't know why we'd have a requirement that the waivers be consistent, other than it would make sense for regulated entities, but of course, region to region, that's the flip of that coin, right? It would make sense to be more specific, but are you eyeballing what other folks are doing?
We did take a lot of look at state boards, general orders mostly. So you'll see some of the changes we made specifically to like disaster related waiver. They have a general order for that. So we took out sections that were duplicative, but we didn't necessarily do a lot of cross-referencing with other regions, mostly just with state boards already adopted general orders and waivers.
Do you deal with rainwater catchment in this at all, or is that an exempt category? Or
in the miscellaneous waivers, there is the discharge of municipal water for irrigation and things of that nature. And also there is a MS4 related stormwater infiltration. That's all falls under our miscellaneous waiver, which doesn't actually require active enrollment. We just ask that they meet the conditions.
Dr. Olson.
Yes, I want to ask about pumping of water wells. And so we know that a number of wells in Southern California area are contaminated with PFOA and PFOS. So does this then pumping of the wells and release of the water come after the treatment? Or is it restricted to wells that do not have any contaminants in it? Or?
Yeah, the waiver strictly prohibits the discharge of contaminants that could adversely affect water quality. So it has to be clean water that already meets the basin plan water quality objectives to qualify for a waiver.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To follow up with Gary's comment a little bit regarding rainwater barrel, is that part of the exemption for the gray water system? Is it similar or in that category?
It actually falls under waiver number was 3 and it will now be number 2, miscellaneous waivers. That's where our stormwater infiltration falls under. The gray water waiver is its own standalone waiver number 1.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Do we have any comments from the audience? Board Chair, Board Clerk, do we have anybody from Zoom land? Okay. Before we move on this item, I want to take this moment to let everybody who's here for another item, if you wish to speak, please fill out a speaker card if you haven't already done so. They're available at the back, so you'll have to have one before you can speak. So this would be a good time for you to go ahead and do that. Well, without any other comments, I'll call for the question. Is anybody willing to make a motion? Is there a second to approve our new and improved conditional waivers of WDRs?
I'll move approval.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Blair,
Yes.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Mr. Strawn,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Warren,
Aye.
Chair Cantu.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very succinct and precise presentation. Our next agenda item, number 4, is expected to take between 60 and 75 minutes. So I share that so everyone can get a sense of the cadence of the presentations. Again, last call for your speaker cards. We have some. Okay, good. Item number 4 of our agenda today is the consideration of a tentative cleanup and abatement number Region 9 2024-0009. This would direct the Citizens Development Corporation, the City of San Marcos, City of Escondido, Vallecitos Water District, and the County of San Diego to clean up or abate effects of waste discharge to Lake San Marcos and San Marcos Creek. So at this time, I'll administer the oath to all persons intending to testify on this matter. If you are here in person or attending virtually via Zoom, please raise your right hand and say "I do" after I read the oath. I'm actually anticipating more right hands than I'm actually seeing. Do you swear that the comments you're about to make are the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may lower your hands. And before you address the board, please state your name and whether or not you took the oath. Today's order of proceedings will begin with a presentation from the San Diego Water Board staff, and then Steve Friggins will provide comments on behalf of the Citizens Development Corporation, City of San Marcos, the City of Escondido, and the County of San Diego. And then we'll take comments from the public. So our first presentation is our board staff, Laura Quinton.
Good morning, Board Chair Cantu and board members. My name is Lara Quittin. I took the oath. I'm an engineering geologist in the Site Restoration Unit, and I'm going to present the tentative order R9 2024-009. Sorry. So the site is about 42 square miles. It is the purple outlined Upper San Marcos Creek watershed that contains parts of the City of Escondido and the City of San Marcos. In this watershed, there is a combination of high nutrients, low dissolved oxygen, otters, algal blooms, and the warm and wild beneficial uses impaired for the lake and creek, and the recreational 1 and recreational 2 beneficial uses impaired for the lake. The State Water Resources Control Board listed the lake as impaired for ammonia as nitrogen, copper, nutrients, and phosphorus, and listed the creek as impaired for benthic community effects, bifenthrin, DDE, indicator bacteria, nitrogen, phosphorus, pyrethroids, selenium, total dissolved solids, and toxicity in sediments and water. If we zoom in the watershed, we have the Twin Oaks hydrologic subarea to the north, and the Richland hydrologic subarea adjacent to it to the south, which we call here the Upper San Marcos Creek watershed. San Marcos Creek runs through the watershed with the Twin Oaks and the Las Posas branches flowing north to south, and the main creek flowing northeast to southwest towards the man-made Lake San Marcos. The lake is dammed, but creek water overtops the dam every wet season. The creek then flows west towards the Batiquitos Lagoon and the Pacific Ocean. So I put together this slide to highlight the fact that this site is regulated by different Region 9 units for different aspects. The Stormwater Management Unit oversees compliance with the Phase 1 MS4 permit that regulates discharges to the municipality's storm sewer systems. The Water Sustainability and Protection Unit oversees compliance with the WDR orders that regulate agricultural discharges. The Restoration and Protection Planning Unit ensures this alternative to a TMDL, the Tentative Cleanup and Abatement Order, achieves similar or more stringent goals than those that would be achieved should a TMDL be adopted for this watershed. Then we have the Source Control Regulation Unit for any NPDES permits required in this area. I work in the Site Restoration Unit that oversees the overall cleanup and drafted the TCAO, the Tentative Cleanup and Abatement Order, with the help from other staff that I want to acknowledge here briefly and thank. Mirelle Lecourtois, Erika Ryan, Nicholas White, Kaylin Smith, Abigail Peshina, Carrie Kowalski, and of course their respective supervisors. The following slides provide an overview of the site history. We started receiving complaints from citizens about issues with Lake San Marcos water quality in the 2000s. In 2011, the City of San Marcos and the County of San Diego, also MS4 co-permittees, Felicitos Water District, Caltrans, and the San Marcos Unified School District signed a participation agreement to commit to investigate the sources of nutrients in the creek and lake and investigate methods to abate them by choosing a remediation strategy. The Water Board also entered into an agreement relative to the participation agreement. The Water Board issued an investigative order to the lake owner CDC in 2011 because they did not want to enter the participation agreement. The participation agreement members and CDC submitted a feasibility study and the remedies they selected to remediate the excess of nutrients in 2016. In 2017, the Water Board accepted the selected remedies and adopted a resolution to review the progress towards implementation of the remedies, but also reserve its right to use enforcement actions should voluntary efforts fall behind schedule. Staff continued to work with the parties for the next 2 years, and in late 2019, the parties started to miss deadlines with a back and forth between the Water Board, CDC, and the participation agreement members regarding pilot studies and corrective action plans that they drafted. So in 2021, the Water Board withdrew its participation from the participation agreement, and staff informed CDC and the participation agreement members of its intention to prepare a TCAO. So if the board adopts this order today, then staff will have an enforceable cleanup action schedule. Staff are recommending to name CDC as well as 3 MS4 co-permittees, City of San Marcos, County of San Diego, and the City of Escondido, and Vallecillos Water District in the tentative order. All of them were participants to the voluntary work that has been conducted so far. To summarize the site history slides, the delays to implement the selected remedies and the change of remedies without sufficient documentation to support the changes led staff to propose the TCAO today. There were an insufficient amount of pilot studies for creek remedies, but the parties went ahead and drafted corrective action plans that did not propose creek remedies. Instead, they proposed reliance on compliance with permits and orders from the other units I previously mentioned. These efforts have not been sufficient to restore beneficial uses or comply with water quality objectives so far. The parties also changed some of the remedies we accepted back in 2017. The parties have not proposed any source control solutions or remedies, but instead have focused on short-term mitigation to stop waste from entering the lake, where the creek meets the lake. This approach ignores the creek and watershed water quality issues I previously talked about. This slide shows the components of the cleanup project that staff have been asking the dischargers to do voluntarily for the past 6 years, but that they did not do. If adopted, the TCAO will require the dischargers to address data gaps regarding human health and ecological risk assessments submitted in 2017 with the feasibility study I talked about. Staff also requests that dischargers reintegrate creek remedies, evaluate modifications made to one of the lake remedies, estimate nitrogen loads to the creek and lake to establish a reduction goal for that compound, and implement the remedial strategy, the revised remedial strategy, and clean up or abate the discharged waste. So I just went over the items we have already been working on with the parties. There are 2 main components to the cleanup project that are lacking: source control and accountability. I already mentioned source control, but what does it entail? It involves investigating the storm sewer system structures to locate waste generators. Then the dischargers will need to take actions to stop the discharge of waste. After the remedies are implemented, staff asks the dischargers submit progress reports that document post-remedial monitoring results. And if impairments are still observed, staff asks that they reinvestigate sources of waste and correct their remedial strategy as needed. The steps I just described are represented by the feedback loop shown here on the lower left corner. So, what are the TCAO goals? The dischargers can build upon previous voluntary work efforts. It is not a start from scratch project. They will work to control the sources of waste, to achieve compliance with the TCAO, but also with other water board regulatory programs. The remedial strategy they will implement should stop harmful algae blooms at the lake. And finally, the ultimate goal of this cleanup project is to have the creek and lake delisted from the State Water Resources Control Board 303 list. So compliance with the TCAO will help to protect the public and the environment. I gave you the reasons why staff drafted the TCAO and an overview of what it requires the dischargers to do. Now let's dive into what the directives are specifically. The TCAO directives are separated into 3 categories: data gaps, remedy selection and implementation, and post-remedial monitoring. The data gaps category is broken down into 4 directives: a risk assessment in directives A1 and A2 to answer the following questions. Is lake water safe to be used to irrigate the St. Mark Golf Course and safe to lake recreationists and their pets? Which constituent cause the observed creek and lake sediment toxicity? Once the dischargers confirm and complete the list of constituents of concern through this risk assessment work, the storm sewer system investigation of Directive A3 requires the MS4 dischargers to locate the highest contributors of waste within the watershed and evaluate the effectiveness of existing BMPs to recommend mitigation strategy changes if they're needed. The remedies selection and implementation is broken down into 5 components. Directive B is a feasibility analysis that builds upon the existing feasibility study report and results from the risk assessment of the 2 to propose a list of remedies for the lake, creek, and watershed. Directive C requires the dischargers to clean up or abate the waste causing the observed impairments. Directives D are the remedial planning components of the TCAO that will build upon the feasibility analysis. Directive D1 requires the dischargers to prepare remedial plans corresponding to the remedies selected in Directive B. Directive D2 requires the dischargers to implement mitigation activities to control sources of waste, as reported under Directive A4. Directive D3 requires the dischargers to implement the remedies. The post-remedial monitoring category is the repeat as needed part of the feedback loop I showed earlier and is also on this slide. If 2 consecutive wet or dry weather progress reports show creek and or lake impairments post-remedy implementation, the dischargers are required to prepare an exceedance characterization work plan under Directive F. This work plan will help the dischargers identify the causes of remedy deficiencies. And through Directive G, the dischargers will recommend corrective actions to the remedial strategy. For example, they could recommend implementation of additional remedies or source control mitigation activities. I'm going to hand it over to Sarah Miron for the next couple slides.
Good morning, Chair Cantu, members of the board. Sarah Miron, Senior Engineering Geologist in the Site Cleanup Program, and I have taken the oath. So I'm just going to walk through our public comment process on this tentative order. So our public comment period began in September 2023, and we did extend it a couple of times through November 3rd. The voluntary parties who we had been working with previously, we had let them know since about 2021 that we were working on the cleanup order. There were additional parties that were named in the initial draft order who did not expect the order to come out in draft form, so we did extend it to accommodate some of those parties. And we did receive a large number of comments, about 90 comments on behalf of 10 entities and groups. And we are going to go through the comments in a little bit. Many of them are very complex and technical. We did try to just pull out the ones that we thought were themes that were several commenters commented on the same things and things that we thought were of most importance to review. Oops. So this is just a slide that shows the list of commenters. So all of the parties that were involved in the voluntary work provided comments, as well as the parties that were added to the initial draft order. And this includes 2 golf courses, seen on the right there, the 2 LLCs, as well as 2 dairies. We also received comments from joint comments from Coastkeeper and Environmental Rights Foundation. And so for ease of going through these comments, we divided them into a group of general comments, and then also comments on findings, and then comments finally on the directives. And on the slides, you will see with our green check mark, that will be where we did make some revisions to the order. And then we have a red X where we decided not to make any revisions, and we do explain our rationale for that. And I'm going to pass it back to Laura. Thank you.
So one of the main comments we received was that the TCAO will result in unnecessary costs and delays. Staff did not revise the TCAO in response to this comment because the TCAO builds upon the voluntary work that has been conducted so far and complements it with an opportunity to address excuse me, important data gaps. Further, as I talked about earlier, the voluntary work did not propose source control, nor was it conducted in a timely manner. Therefore, the TCAO includes these components and the feedback loop to ensure the remedial strategy can be adapted over time to achieve remedial goals. Another general comments we received was that the CEQA process will be delayed by adoption of the TCAO. To be clear, issuance of the TCAO meets CEQA requirements. The comment, however, is in reference to the remedial action plans the tentative order requires under Directive D. Staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment. The tentative order requires the dischargers to submit plans for approval prior to implementation of cleanup activities at the site. The submittal of plans is exempt from CEQA because it will not cause a direct or indirect physical change in the environment and/or is an activity that cannot have a significant effect on the environment. If staff finds that implementation of any plan required by this order will have a significant effect on the environment, the staff will conduct the necessary and appropriate environmental review. Staff intend to complete any environmental analysis in a timely manner to support the proposed remedies. The next general comment we received was that existing San Diego Water Board permits and orders already address the TCAO requirements related to the storm sewer system investigation and the exceedance characterization work. Staff discussed with other board staff overseeing this work and concluded that efforts under these other permits and programs are insufficient and inadequate for any or all of the following reasons. 1, an insufficient number of sampling locations. 2, an inadequate sampling frequency, type, and locations. 3, the waste reduction goals are incongruent with those of this cleanup project or even absent. And 4, there is a lack of enforcement capabilities in some of these programs when impairments are observed. For these reasons, staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment. The last general comments we received were about access and authority. Regarding the dischargers' concern that they do not have access to private properties to sample and/or mitigate waste, staff did not revise the TCAO because most locations are accessible and staff can assist with access. The second comment is from the lake owner, CDC, and from Vallecillos Water District. They are saying they do not have authority to access, monitor, or modify the MS4. Staff revised the TCAO to assign directives to the dischargers that have this authority. We are now moving to the second category of comments, comments on findings. Staff received comments from 2 golf courses, the LSM Golf Course Partners LLC and Symphony Asset Pool 21 LLC, and from 2 dairies, Hollandia Dairy and Wildcat Dairy. They asked to be removed from the tentative order as responsible parties and provided evidence to support their request. In reviewing their comments, staff found it appropriate to remove these entities from the tentative order as responsible parties. Some comments pointed to other potential dischargers in the watershed. These comments stated that staff should consider naming them as dischargers. Staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment because there's not sufficient evidence to name other dischargers. However, the board may amend the order later to name additional responsible parties if staff obtain appropriate evidence. A few comments voiced concern that the tentative order did not substantiate the potential threat to human health due to inhalation of toxins. Staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment because the presence of cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins in lake water have been reported, and research shows that microcystin can aerosolize from lake waters and pose a risk to human health. This issue must be investigated at Lake San Marcos for 3 reasons. 1, we received several complaints from lake residents regarding otters and other health issues. 2, the St. Mark Golf Course is currently irrigated with lake water. And 3, one of the currently proposed remedy is to continue this practice to decrease nutrient concentrations in lake water. This slide presents the last comments received on the TCAO findings. The first one is about fish kills and algal blooms that are not representative of a constant condition at the lake. Staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment, as lake conditions are a nuisance consistent with the nuisance definition in Water Code section 13050, subdivision M. Algal blooms consistently occur at the lake on a seasonal basis and interfere with lake recreational uses. And as I already mentioned, we received numerous complaints from lake residents regarding the smell of the lake and breathing issues during algal blooms and decays. The second comment is about the oversimplification in the TCAO of beneficial uses impairments. Staff revised the tentative order to clarify which beneficial uses are impacted in the lake and creek, and provided additional details regarding the nutrient cycling process in lake sediments. We are now going to discuss the last category of comments, comments on directives. We received several comments saying that the risk assessment directives should be removed because they are scientifically infeasible, and the results would not change the remedial strategy. Staff disagreed with removing these directives because they are needed to address data gaps in terms of public health and sediment toxicity. As I mentioned earlier, the risk assessments will help answer the following questions. Is lake water safe to be used to irrigate the St. Mark Golf Course and safe to lake recreationists and their pets? Which constituent cause the observed creek and lake sediment toxicity? With the help of the Monitoring, Assessment, and Research Unit, staff provided detailed responses to this statement that complying with these directives is scientifically infeasible, including publications on aerosolized cyanotoxins and guidance for toxicity identification evaluations. The risk assessment results will also serve as a basis to confirm and complete the list of constituents of concern to target in the storm sewer system investigation and for consideration during the development of the remedial strategy. The results may also change the remedial strategy. For instance, if using lake water for irrigation of the St. Mark Golf Course is no longer considered to be safe. The comments on this slide are similar to one of the general comment I talked about earlier, that states that existing San Diego Water Board permits and orders already address the TCAO requirements, and therefore that Directive A3 or Directive A should be removed. Here, the commenters also ask to use existing data. Staff did not remove Directive A3 nor Directive A because source identification and control are necessary to prevent recontamination of the creek and lake post-remedy implementation. Staff did revise the TCAO to clarify that the dischargers must implement mitigative actions before implementing remedies by adding Directive D2 and removing this requirement from Directive A3. Finally, the dischargers may use existing data if the data can help characterize and identify waste and waste sources in the watershed. However, as I explained earlier, it is unlikely that existing data will be sufficient to address the requirements of Directive A3. Some comments stated that the feasibility analysis required in Directive B is duplicative of the analysis presented in the 2017 feasibility study. Staff did not remove this directive from the TCAO because the dischargers can use the 2016 feasibility study to prepare the feasibility analysis. Also, staff already shared concerns with the dischargers regarding 1, the lack of pilot studies in the watershed, 2, modification to one of the lake remedies without supporting justification, and 3, the lack of solutions to address sources of nutrient in the watershed. However, the dischargers have not fully addressed staff's concerns. Therefore, we need an updated feasibility analysis. This comment is about the use of existing remedial action plans to comply with Directive D. Staff did not modify the TCAO in response to this comment, but replied saying that the dischargers may use existing plans. However, the dischargers will need to update their feasibility analysis through Directive B before preparing the remedial action plans, as the selection of remedies may change, as I already said. The last comments we received were related to Directives F and G. These directives are triggered only if 2 consecutive wet or dry weather progress reports show creek and or lake impairments post-remedy implementation. One commenter requested we remove Directive F. Another commenter requested we add a dry weather trigger. Staff added the dry weather trigger, but did not remove Directive F because the work plan required under this directive will help the dischargers determine 1, why remedial goals are not being achieved post-remedy implementation, and 2, if the dischargers need to modify and or complement the implemented remedies. Because the goals of Directive F's work plan are different from those of other programs, the dischargers may not be able to use other programs' data to prepare the report under Directive G. So these 2 directives represent the accountability assurance part of the TCAO that is necessary to effectively implement an adaptive management process for these cleanup projects. So these were the last comments we wanted to discuss in detail with you. I invite you to look at supporting document 6, our responses to comments, to get the full comments and details. Based on the information we presented you today and previous work conducted for this cleanup project, staff recommends adoption of cleanup and abatement order number R9 2024-0009. Thank you for your attention. I'll take any questions now.
Best case scenario, how long do you think, or what year do you think it would come to pass that the creek and lake could be delisted?
It will all depend on how the dischargers would actually.
Just assuming they hit all their marks, they do everything right. Best case scenario, when do we think that would happen? 5 years, 10 years?
I wouldn't know how to answer that question. I'm sorry.
Sarah, do you have a thought on it?
It's a guess.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Well, there's also
honestly, are we talking another decade?
there's also the consideration of how often the integrated report is updated, so it would be difficult to tell. But
no guess. Okay.
I also don't think there's any other similar cleanup and abatement order or tentative cleanup and abatement order, so we don't have any way to compare, may I say, for how things would go, especially in the watershed for source control. Like it could be very quickly. If one of the benefits there is that they already have this work that has already done a massive amount of things, including getting to know in the watershed where are the major sources of nutrients and other waste. So it's not like starting from scratch. So it could go very fast, but again, it would be a difficult guess. I'm sorry. Another question?
Any questions from this side? Thank you very much. Just a comment, there's so many variables that are not controllable.
I agree. I mean, I think understood completely, but this has been before the board as long as I have been on the board, and that's why I'm asking the question.
It's a legitimate question, yeah.
I mean, I do think that we've been doing our best to work with the parties right now on a voluntary basis, and a lot of marks have been missed. And I do think the intention of this order is that there will be more structure and that it will compel the parties to get this done in a more reasonable amount of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Steve Figgins, who is representing the Citizen Development Corporation, the cities of San Marcos and Escondido, and the County of San Diego.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members, and allowing me 5 minutes to speak. Slides are coming up. We hear the board's frustration about how long this project has been. In fact, I will tell you, the last time I came to a board meeting to talk about progress, I was driving a different car. Now I have a plug-in hybrid, and we really need to get plug-ins out in the parking lot. Just adding that in. Thought I'd add that. So we're ready to partner with the Water Board. We want to improve lake and watershed water quality. Your question, Madam Warren, is a good one, because we have been working on this for over 10 years. We're asking the Water Board to refocus the cleanup and abatement order with the intended purpose of proceeding with the remedial investigation, feasibility study, mandated cleanup, and preventing further project delays. The cleanup and abatement order, the tentative cleanup and abatement order, does duplicate MS4 WQIP sampling activities. Laura talked about you can't use some data in different places. The duplication of effort is not efficient, and there's a lot of work being done that's being done for stormwater. There's the ag program, there's the NPDS folks, and then there's responding to Laura and Sarah. So we are already sampling, the counties, the municipalities are already sampling stormwater and are looking for contaminants that are coming through those pathways. And they're seeing very low level detections. The CEQA process has been shelved. We would like to re-engage that so we can use the funds to improve water quality. I've been appointed as the trustee of this project, and we have funds that my job is to use intelligently and efficiently to clean up the lake and to control nutrient loading in the watershed. The RIFS and subsequent pilot testing focused on lake eutrophication. It provided a technical path forward to lower nutrient load from the watershed to the lake. Now, You have seen this before. PRPs often fight the water board. We prefer to work with the water board. We know the board is frustrated. We were frustrated. There were schedule budget delays over the last 10 years. There were times where we were running on fumes on budget. I know people don't care about money, but money controls work. It was a contentious litigation. There were 5 parties suing each other. So we were not able to work effectively. The technical team was underfunded and hamstrung. We know progress was slow. We were frustrated too, but I want the board to know, thankfully, that's over. Funds are now allocated towards the selected remedial actions that were identified in the RIFS. So we're ready to work. The joint parties are working together. Our team has been coordinating with the various water board departments, NPDES, Stormwater, the Ag program, all of those folks to try to share information. The idea is collect information once, use it 2 or 3 times as appropriate. I've been appointed as a trustee. We have work plans that have been written for corrective action plans, phosphorus inactivation, bridge document. We've got work plans ready to put in additional water supply wells. So that work is poised and ready to go. We're ready to get to work to use the data and the studies from the last 10 years, start cleaning up the lake and managing the nutrient flows in the watershed. Good example is the aeration pilot test report was just submitted earlier this week. Some of the activities while we were hamstrung and fighting each other, and believe me, there was fighting. We completed the RIFS. It was certified and approved by the Water Board. We completed the investigative order. We've done 6 alum and phoslock pilot tests to date, 6 applications. We did a successful ACH, aluminum chlorohydrate pilot test. We removed 8 kilograms of phosphorus from a 1-inch rain event. Okay, that proved that that worked. Watershed infiltration pilot test at La Cienega Basin. We removed 25 kilograms of phosphorus in the 2018-2019 wet season. We completed a successful aeration pilot test, which keeps phosphorus coming out of the sediments when it goes anoxic. And our pilot testing activities confirm the efficacy of the RIFS remedies. CEQA was stopped by the Water Board. They stated their case that there are changes. We're not sure of what's going on. The board started as the CEQA lead in 2017. Our last submitted response was August 2022. The board stopped the process in 2023. Now the tentative cleanup and abatement order calls for a risk assessment and remedial action plan preparations to search for non-eutrophic compounds. That's going to take 3 to 4 years. Then the CEQA process starts again.
Excuse me, Mr. Figgins, are you about to wrap up?
If my 5 minutes are up, I will wrap up. I'm sorry.
Well, you can move forward through
Okay.
it, maybe expeditiously.
I will. There's just a couple of things that we want to make sure that the board is aware of. We've been working with the board on the Ag program. The Ag program is to get people to register who do agriculture. We have been finding those people and reporting them to the board to support you. That's a long-term solution in the watershed. That needs to be done. There's a few things that are going to be put on hold if the TCAO goes in the direction it is, and that is we can't really put anything in the ground, design a full-scale aeration system, design ACH delivery. We can't do basin, upper lake basin dredging, and we can't build anything in the watershed. So we would like to work with the Water Board. The difficult time before of the litigation and the underfunding is over. We have money, we have people working together, so we'd like the opportunity to work with the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Figgins at this point? Thank you. Don't go far, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, we'll invite members of the public who have filled out cards. You have 2 colors to choose from. To share their thoughts. And we have 3 minutes each for you. I will call you. I'll start with Courtney Brown. please state your name?
Hi, good morning. Thank you, Chair Cantu and members of the board. My name is Courtney Brown, and I'm a legal policy extern with San Diego Coastkeeper, and I have taken the oath. Coastkeeper supports the adoption of this cleanup and abatement order as immediate and aggressive action is required to clean up the various wastes, pollutant sources, and other toxins which continue to pose a threat to human health and to choke the life out of Lake San Marcos and Upper San Marcos Creek. As set forth in detail in the tentative CAO, Lake San Marcos remains heavily polluted, potentially threatening human health through direct contact or even via inhalation of harmful toxins produced by algal blooms. As the lake is surrounded by homes, golf courses, a resort, recreational trails, and a high school, this must be addressed immediately. And while the lake has received a great deal of regulatory attention, I'd also like to point out that the creek is a vital wildlife corridor in a rapidly developing area and serves as the lifeblood for numerous flora and fauna, including several endangered species. Yet the creek is also impaired for benthic community effects, indicator bacteria, nitrogen, phosphorus, selenium, total dissolved solids, toxicity, and multiple pesticides. Unfortunately, dischargers in the instant matter have a poor track record of adequately assessing the location, nature, and extent of waste and pollution sources, and for many, many years have failed to restore and maintain the lakes and creeks' beneficial uses, particularly when given broad discretion. Therefore, this CAO is necessary to ensure proper board oversight of the efforts to restore the water and sediment quality of the lake and creek as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I should have announced a few moments ago that our board member, Megan Blair, who has been participating via Zoom, has had to log off. So she has left the meeting. Our next speaker is speaking both pro and con. We'll start with the pro side of your presentation, and that is Lisa Klinger. Can you join us?
Thank you. My name is Lisa Klinger, Klinger. I did sign the oath. My address is 1406 San Pablo Drive in Lake San Marcos. And I'm a homeowner and a resident in Lake San Marcos. I'm concerned about the water quality of Lake San Marcos and would like to see it improved as soon as possible. Specifically, 3 items that were noted in the tentative order. First is the inhalation of toxins. I'd like reassurances that the lake does not pose human health risks to people or pets living on the lake or walking and breathing near the lake or on the bridge that goes across the lake. Secondly, I do kayak and sometimes use the stand-up paddle boards on the lake. So I do want to know that the lake recreational beneficial uses can be safely enjoyed. And third, I'm also a golfer. So I do want to know whether the golf courses can still safely use the lake water to irrigate the golf courses. We do pick up our golf balls, put our tees in the ground, pick them up, and the courses have been irrigated. So I have read the TCAO and most of the public comments submitted by the CDC and the county and the cities, and I'm not sure if I oppose or favor the tentative cleanup order because whatever will get the lake cleaned up sooner. I do think, I'm concerned that the TCAO will result in more delay rather than actual mediation, but I also think that the dischargers have acted very slowly and inadequately in the past in remediation and in following through on some of the things that were agreed on. So I don't know if there's any middle ground or if at this point it's either go forward with the current TCAO or don't go forward with it. But that's my concern, and I think a lot of the other residents at the lake also, people who have talked to me, would just like to know that the lake is getting cleaned up and being remediated as soon as possible. And I know there is money from the lawsuit, and there didn't used to be money, and there was the lawsuit ongoing. But the concern is whatever would get the lake cleaned up as soon as possible for those of us who live there and people from the community who come and golf and use the lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Hayden, and after Mr. Hayden is Justin Gangle, and I'm not certain I'm reading this properly. Maybe it's Gamble?
Correct.
Gamble. Okay, you're in the wings next. Mr. Hayden.
Hello. I want to thank the board for allowing me to speak. My name again is Dan Hayden, and I have taken the oath. I am a representative of CDC. I am a civil engineer by trade and have done work in and around Lake San Marcos since 2011, so I can tell you from personal experience, I've seen the ARC firsthand. Although I have a technical engineering background, I am not a scientist nor part of the efforts of the remediation group. But I'm here to say that I can assure you that no one has more interest in seeing immediate action taken to improve lake water quality than us. All upstream water quality issues throughout the entire watershed are rarely felt there. All of these impacts are exported downstream, and they all converge and manifest right at our front door at the lake. So I speak not only on CDC's behalf, but for all of the residents and businesses and the resort and restaurants there, that the impacts are felt right in our backyard, and that we have to live with them on a daily basis, and they're not conveniently out of sight and out of mind. So this very much is of the highest importance to us. And although I'm speaking in opposition, I want to assure you that our interests are aligned, which is to move faster and not slower in this cleanup. Unfortunately, as I understand it and as we see it, the CAO will continue to slow things down and kick the can down the road several years before tangible action can be taken. And I'm calling upon the board to not allow this to happen and amend and revise the order accordingly. We certainly understand the board's frustration with the lack of progress. We've endured over 10 years of study with little to no tangible improvement, observable improvement. We, as well as the lake residents, share in your frustration and want action and improvement to happen now. Thankfully, as Steve has outlined, the obstacles that have slowed down this progress and frustrated the board are now gone. Again, I'm here to say there are no more obstacles except those that we can impose on ourselves here today. So at this very moment, we are no longer hamstrung. The team has the means, ability, and funding. The team is ready, willing, and able to take immediate positive action now. As I understand it, everything that we can implement now hinges upon completing and approving the CEQA process, which unlocks the permits to allow these actions and remedial actions to move forward. As I understand it, we're at that 1 yard line right at this moment. And as I understand the CAO written, it halts this CEQA process dead in the water, effectively handcuffing us from action. It will require several more years of study, and then it resets the CEQA process, which punts the cleanup actions 5 or more years down the road. And thank you. In conclusion, I just want to appeal to the board to help us get results faster, help us complete the CEQA process so these measures can happen now. And if further study dictates alternate measures or fine-tuning that remedial action, that the CEQA process can always be amended in the future. So we hope to work in partnership together to make action happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Gamble is next, and after Justin is Nick Booby.
Good morning, Chair Cantu. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of the County of San Diego, we respectfully request today that the Water Board consider removing this item off calendar so that staff can return with the named agencies and work collaboratively for a more amenable solution that will result in immediate cleanup actions to the lake. As Mr. Figgins pointedly said in his presentation, it's been well over a decade, a long and storied history of actions and previous investigations that's been done on Lake San Marcos as well as the creek. The parties are committed now to using the the funds that we currently do have to implementing those actions. What we saw was successful from the RAFS study and the remedial action plans. We do have concerns if the Water Board staff feel that the water quality improvement plans and the MS4 permit work is inadequate or is duplicative, because we feel strongly that we are implementing strategies, watershed management strategies through the MS4 permit, which is helping to control pollutants being discharged into the creek and to the lake. As a prior speaker from CDC also said too, that the CEQA process is the logical next step. So we're intending on following through with these actions if the Water Board is amenable to leading the CEQA process. We also have concerns with the remainder of the region as well. If the water quality improvement plans in this region, as staff from the Water Board said, is inadequate, what does that necessarily mean for the water quality improvement plans in other regions? We've seen through this Water Board, it's issued previous investigative orders, previous regulatory actions where in light of a traditional TMDL, alternatives could be used. We've seen that with other examples. We think that a similar approach here could be also very beneficial. So again, we're kindly requesting that the Water Board would consider taking this item off calendar, working with the named parties so we can collaboratively implement the cleanup and abatement actions that were noted in the order. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nick Buiby, and after Mr. Buiby, Andre Moneret. Andre, you can correct me when you get up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Cantu and the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nick Buiby with Mission Environmental. I'm the technical representative of Citizens Development Corporation. I'm going to speak today in regards to Directive A1, which was the data gaps and risk assessment approaches. We have concerns regarding how that's implemented in the lake, and note that risk assessment by nature include a degree of uncertainty, and that threatens to delay this project. I'm going to start from sub-item C. With regard to Lake Biota, the board has elected not to list Lake San Marcos as a 303D listed water body for sediment toxicity. We have voluntarily conducted toxicity testing using acute methods and determined that the lake is substantially free of toxicity using those tests. And where there was any doubt, there was an attribution both at the time the toxicity tests were carried out and in subsequent risk assessment evaluations by independent third parties that the likely gray area was the result of hypoxic conditions and nutrients, which have since been addressed by operation of the aeration system and other pilot studies, which we anticipate to continue. With regard to cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins, the CDC is managing the lake using best management practice in substantial compliance with the state's harmful algae bloom guidance, which is also voluntary. And so that is something we'd like to call attention to the board. And the last thing I'd like to mention is that for the risk assessment elements regarding inhalation and other golf course associated exposure pathways, while there's a good understanding of risk with regard to ingestion through drinking water pathways and also for recreational users, there's less of a peer-reviewed body of scientific knowledge regarding risk assessment for other pathways. And so there is a risk associated with that we would not be able to complete those tasks without relying on a statement of uncertainty at the conclusion of risk assessment of reports, and that would delay the process. So we ask the board that they direct board staff to reconsider the directives, the risk assessment directives, so that the questions can be improved and refined so that they are items that we can pursue and successfully accomplish. And lastly, with regard to those three items, we see no reason why they can't be completed and the data gaps addressed while simultaneously moving forward on the CEQA items and the other remedial actions at the lake. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Andre Moneret, and after Andre is Tiffany Boyd, maybe Huser or Hobson, okay. Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Andre Monette with law firm of Best and Krieger on behalf of the Vallecillos Water District. Vallecillos Water District has been party to this opportunity, depending on what you want to think about, how you want to phrase it, since the beginning, since 2011 at least, and is committed to helping clean up the lake. They've dedicated at least $1 million to that effort. The district provides potable water and wastewater collection services in the area of the lake, and again, has been a participant in this exercise for a long time. We have some concerns, obviously, about the cleanup and abatement order, and are asking, the same as the county, that the board take it off calendar and allow us to revisit it with board staff. The reason for that is, in the big picture, there's a lot of technical details that you've been presented with today. The biggest thing is there's a set amount of money that's been put aside to help fund cleanup of this lake and actually build infrastructure. And we're concerned that if you add more tasks to the list that need to get done, and this cleanup and abatement order includes tasks, studies, plans, things that will, first of all, delay implementation of a final solution, but also risks eating up the funds that have been set aside to do that. From Vallecillos' perspective, we went through 10 years of litigation as part of this process that ended with us dedicating that money to cleanup. We'd like to see that money get spent in the right way. If that money gets eaten up on other things, we're back in litigation fighting each other over who's paying for the rest. We'd like to avoid that outcome. And from our perspective, the best way to do that is focus on the work that's already been done and what can be done in the near term. That would get us to the cleanup in the quickest possible way, and we can revisit things afterward if things aren't working out the way they should. So that's the first comment. The second comment, just an evidentiary objection that we need to make. There's been no evidence presented in the proposed order or the supporting documents connecting the district's operations to conditions in the lake. There was an amendment made to the order last week citing a sewage spill from 2021. No connection between that spill and the lake was presented in the order. More importantly, the district did not cause that spill. It was caused by a contractor for a neighboring public agency that apparently ignored dig alert and broke one of the lines. So we object to the evidence that's being used to tie the district to this order. Lastly and finally, let me be very, very clear. The district is committed to cleaning up the lake and committed, most importantly, to working with the regional board staff. We've really enjoyed that relationship. A reference was made earlier about a potential TMDL alternative. That was the idea behind this process in the first place. Unfortunately, things aren't that simple, and litigation, kind of blew things up in 2011, and it took 10 years to get back on course. But I think that the trust that's been established to manage this issue is ready to get back on course, and really, most importantly, work with the regional board staff. We're very thankful for the commitment they've made to date, and we work well with them, or at least we like to. So anyway, that's my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tiffany Boyd Hobson.
Good morning, Chair Cantu and members of the board. My name is Dr. Tiffany Boyd Hodgson. I am speaking as an individual, but I am also the president of the board of the Vallecillos Water District. I'm here to provide just some perspective on behalf of the constituents that I've spoken with regarding this issue. And let me be clear, we all want this cleaned up as fast as possible. That is not the question. But my constituents are concerned with their properties, their property values going down. They're concerned, and you heard some of them speak today, about being able to recreate on the lake. We have a lot of folks that have children and grandchildren that want to play in the area, and they're very, very concerned about those issues. The people of Lake San Marcos deserve action. It's been a long time coming. This issue has been before the board since before I was even elected to the board. They deserve action. But they are very, very concerned, again, about the time delays that adopting this measure might incur. And they're concerned about the finite pot of money that will just be reduced and reduced and reduced with further studies and further evaluation. You've heard from colleagues at Vallecillos, and you've heard from colleagues at the county that we are committed to cleaning up the lake. And I also encourage you, I stand with my colleagues and encourage you to please remove it from the calendar. And let's make progress. The people of Lake San Marcos deserve progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers from Zoom?
If you're on Zoom and you'd like to address this issue, please raise your hand.
Okay, I'll call on, oh, it disappeared. I think it was Salem Rosenblum. It was just a flash of a name. Mr. Rosenblum, are you available?
Yes, Madam Chairman, this is Wayne Rosenbaum. Lord knows I get stuck with Salem all the time.
And have you taken the oath, please?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Um,
Please proceed.
I'm here on behalf of Hollandia Dairy. I'm an attorney with the Environmental Law Group, and we support the TCAO as amended. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else on Zoom? Please raise your hand. Make yourself known.
Teresa Dunham, I'm going to allow her to talk now.
Ms. Dunham?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Hi, go ahead. Have you taken the oath?
I have. Thank you, Chair Cantu.
Thank you. I know you know the drill.
I did maybe once or twice. Thank you very much. Here today, Teresa Dunham from Consories and Conway, here today on behalf of Wildcat Dairy, who was one of the parties that was named in the tentative cleanup and abatement order back in September. We did submit significant comments and evidence as to why we were an improper party. We appreciate the staff's reasons to remove Wildcat Dairy, and so we support that portion of the tentative cleanup and abatement order with no other feelings one way or the other than the removal. Here to answer any questions should anybody have any. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Yes, we
there
have two more.
is. Okay.
Rudy Perino.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. Thank you for hearing me today, and I apologize that I'm not appearing on camera. I've had shoulder surgery a week ago, and so I'm not very presentable, but I'm nevertheless.
Have you taken the oath, Mr. Perino?
I have taken the oath here, yes.
Thank you.
Briefly, because I know this has been covered in the trustees and the technical group's responses to comments. The tentative cleanup and abatement order as drafted requires a number of additional items. I'll call them items, studies, data collection efforts, so on and so forth, that essentially take two steps backward. And that results in two major concerns for myself and for the county who I represent, as well as for the technical group and the trustee. And that is the additional cost, of course. You've heard testimony with regard to the limited amount of funds that are available in the trust, but also the amount of time that's going to be required to conduct these studies that are essentially taking two steps backwards. They're not particularly directed at the original intentions of the RIFS, as I understand it, and so they represent an additional requirement above and beyond the original investigative order and the RIFS that could ultimately lead nowhere, but importantly, will require the expenditure of additional funds that threaten the viability of the trust that took many years to create, but also threaten the timeline that is involved, and will most certainly require more time than is currently contemplated in the cleanup activities that have been proposed.
Did we lose you? Or
No, I'm finished. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone else?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. At this point, I'll turn it to our board members for questions for the staff on any comments the staff wants to make on what we heard here, and questions from our board. Trista.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to respond. I think we all heard there's a common theme of the timing and the delays, and absolutely, I hear that and I understand it. The majority of what is in the order, as Laura presented, is the same as what we've already been working on with the voluntary parties. And yes, there are a few additional things that we have been asking for that come up in Directive A with the data gaps. And then we also did add at the end of the order, Directives F and G is the accountability, which we think has been missing for sure. So I just wanted to point out a lot of these things that we've been asking for that are encompassed in Directive A and also in Directive B, which is the updated feasibility analysis. We have been asking the parties for that under the voluntary agreement for several years, and we have not received responses. So within the site cleanup program, we do our best to work with parties voluntarily. We're very reasonable. We extend deadlines when there's a reasonable explanation to do so. And we've been working with the parties in this way along the way. But some of these components that you've seen in the draft order have just been just ignored and not responded to adequately. And so I think it's a little misleading to say, let's just get started right now. Let's go with what we have right now. They have submitted these corrective action plans to us, and you've heard talk of a bridge document that we had asked for because we didn't understand how all of the components came together. The bridge document took about 18 months to come to us. There's just been inordinate delays, and we've also provided the parties with guidance on permits to get so that they can implement some of these remedies. We've been talking to them about these permits for, I would say, about 6 years, and they still haven't applied for these permits. So in my opinion, I really do think that the parties need this structure to be able to hit the deadlines that we've put in there and to accomplish the goals that we've set out for them. We would like them to use things that they've already built and that they've already submitted to us with our feedback and guidance to get it into an acceptable condition that we can approve it and move forward. They have a lot of work that they've done. I think it just needs to be refocused. We need to go back and look at source control and what's going on in the watershed, which they have drifted away from since the RFS came out. So I do understand the concerns about delays. We will do whatever we can if this order is adopted to review and approve and provide feedback on all of these submittals that we're asking for. And we do think it's the best approach for the parties.
Well, we have some questions. Dr. Olson?
I'd like to thank you for your report. It was very thorough, and there were many comments and the responses to the comments. So I'm left with 3 kinds of questions. This has been coming before the board for a very long period of time. I mean, I'm certainly aware of it from 1917, so that is a long time. Now, what I'm asking here is not based on validity, it's just based on time. So does the staff think to enact what we're asking will delay the time course?
Yeah. Are you referring to like overall to get to?
Right. I have some
long-term
other
cleanup?
questions, and maybe I'll just read all my questions. You can answer them in the order you want, because maybe then it will be clearer to you. I'm not sure I have them in the correct order. The other question is the amount of money that's needed for new requirements. And the last question is, in relationship to the creek, can you really effectively clean up the lake if you don't address the problems in the watershed that lead into the lake. And
I can take the last part of your question. So in the RIFS report, one of the conclusions is that the main contributor to the issues in the lake is the watershed. And one thing that I wanted to bounce on what Sarah was saying is that the remedies that they're currently proposing are very focused on the lake. It's about putting chemicals to bind the phosphorus, bind the nutrients, just right before the water from the creek enters the lake. So we don't have any remedies actually for the creek itself. They mentioned pilot studies. So there's a lot of pilot studies that have been conducted at the lake, but only 2 in the watershed and very close downstream to the lake. So the upstream part of the creek is not being addressed currently, right? So that's also why we're talking about the refocus. And with these measures that we're asking for, directives A3, A4, F, and G, that are the feedback loop, we believe that addressing the source and controlling the source will really improve, very much upstream, as far as you know where the contributors are, right? Like I mentioned, they kind of have a good idea of where they are. We believe that it would really diminish the cost of application of those chemicals, for instance. I mean, that's just one example. So
you
is that
think
answering
then
your question?
that by looking at the creek, the inputs from the creek, and correcting them at the source as opposed to at the lake will reduce the cost overall for the.
That would be a big statement, but I would give you that
So
just
that's
that
not
example.
correct.
That's just one example that I took that could reduce the cost for particularly the application of alum, which is one of the currently proposed
Yes,
remedies.
yes.
But I'm not sure if I can speak to the whole picture. Another thing that should be taken into consideration in your question is that some lakes are naturally eutrophic. So it's unclear just yet, without looking at the watershed, more studies in the watershed, how these anthropogenic versus non-anthropogenic sources will be addressed, and what is the participation from each type of nutrients, right? So that's why we're asking for these studies upstream.
So regardless of whether or not the input's anthropogenic or from natural sources, if it's from natural sources, do you allow the degradation of the lake? I'm just a little confused about that.
Yes, maybe
It's the first
Lori, you
time I
wanted to chime in,
understood
or?
that. I don't understand.
Yes.
Lori Walsh, I'm the supervising water resource control engineer for the surface waters branch. I have not taken the oath.
Do you agree that what you're about to say is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Olson, I want to address a previous comment or your question, and then I didn't hear the most recent one. I'm sorry, because I was checking with my colleagues. But you asked about if some sort of action was taken in the watershed, would it be cheaper in the lake? And Laura mentioned maybe, so I'd like to give you an example. If in the watershed, one of the sources were identified and there was a structural BMP that was constructed. Structural BMPs take time and they take money, so maybe that might be more expensive than a chemical addition in the lake. But what if it was something like they identified certain irrigated lands, or perhaps herbicides, pesticides, fertilizers were applied in concert with how they were. Maybe it was reduced and they were followed more closely to what a manufacturer would recommend they apply, not over applied. A lot of times they over apply them, it becomes mobilized in irrigation runoff and is contributing to concentrations in the lake. That could be cheaper if it was applied watershed wide. So when we're comparing costs of controls in the watershed or throughout the watershed or on specific sources in the watershed, it might be cheaper than in the lake. But if you're thinking something structural, could be more.
So I've heard two things. I've heard us say, and maybe, or heard the water board staff say it might be more expensive in the watershed. But it seems to me that everything in the watershed comes to the lake.
It does, but the permittees or the CDC and the lake group is relying on controls that are being conducted in the watershed under the MS4 permit and under the water quality improvement plan. And we have some uncertainties with what is happening in the watershed per the water quality improvement plan. So when my staff met with Laura, we couldn't give her certain locations and certain load reductions. A cleanup and abatement order is very specific in what it expects in terms of load reductions in the lake. The way the stormwater permit is structured, the monitoring is a little less certain in terms of that. We have receiving water monitorings, but it's not pointing back to one specific source and tracking a load reduction on that source necessarily. So it was less assuring for what she needed to put into this cleanup and abatement order.
Well, I thought you were asking to look at specific sources.
She is more in this cleanup and abatement order. The stormwater permit requires that as well, but it's not quite as site-specific as what's in this cleanup and abatement order.
Is it going to take more money is my last? I think it will. I mean,
could.
It just seems like it
It
almost.
could. We don't have the remedies designed, so Laura can't give you that
Okay.
certainty.
So
of
how do
dollar
you
amount.
design the remedies then? In consultation with this group or after you get the data and analyze the data? We're just trying to figure out.
I think we would keep working collaboratively with the stormwater unit staff to try to see how this would unfold. I think the main goal is first to identify the sources and see who are we don't talk about like identifying all sources. Like I said, they already know which areas we're talking about. But at least trying to control the highest contributors would be the main primary goal. And I want to also just remind everybody that the lake is one of the problem. We also have the creek issues. So the higher upstream you go and control sources, the better the creek water quality will. So just wanted to say that too, for the benefit of the creek.
All right, well, I'll stop there. I mean, this has been a long-term problem and we'd all like to see it cleaned up. I am worried about money because money, of course, impacts what goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner True?
Thank you. I'm not sure who I'm directing and just so you know, obviously it's my first time hearing this item. So, and I noticed the speakers all talked about the concern about delays and possibly more cost and all the stuff like that. But at the same time, in my mind, being fresh to this issue at all, it sounds like this order also allows for I guess the fighting has resolved itself, but it also create a roadmap for the party to play in terms of clear roadmap. Am I?
Yes, I think you're touched base on exactly what Sarah was saying, that this project needs structure. So the delays that we've observed so far and what the additional cost may seem to be are actually money that should have been spent already over those past years. And the delays that we're talking about now are actually not due to any regulatory issue, right? Like Sarah said, they could have applied to permits sooner. They could have implemented more pilot studies in the watershed to gain this knowledge and information that we could already have now and have the correct selection of remedy that would deal with the problem holistically. One of the things that Lori mentioned, sorry, I'll give you a second, that Lori mentioned about the differences between the MS4 permit and how it's written and how this TCAO is written is that the adaptive management process seems, to my understanding, pretty voluntary in a way under the MS4 permit. This CAO, it should be that the update, from what I understand, I don't want to misinterpret anything, but from what I understand, it should be that they update their WQIP, Water Quality Improvement Plan, every year based on the knowledge they gain from the previous years. But it's also voluntary how far they propose their new strategies to be, their new goals to be. Whereas with directives F and G, they have only 2 consecutive, either wet or dry weather progress reports. If they still fail after those 2 years, they would have to reinvestigate and add additional measure, which is, quote unquote, an adaptive management process. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Roger, do you have something to add to that?
Yes, I
Question
do.
or comment?
Good morning. My name is Roger Mitchell. I'm the supervising engineer and geologist over the groundwater protection branch, and I have taken the oath. So large picture to address a couple of the questions from the board is, and some of the statements that you've heard today is, it very well may be that the CAO is going to create additional time. I think it's inherent that it will. And it's also inherent that it may cost more money than the parties have expected. But that is largely on the parties to dictate their success in complying with the order that's presented today. So that factor of time, that factor of money is largely out of the hands of staff, but it is predominantly in the hands of the parties who are named in that order. The other part of the elegance of the CAO is that it allows for an iterative process. So it's not done in a vacuum. There is constant opportunities for staff to engage with the parties, to look at these reports and be able to adjust their approach and find ways that are beneficial to streamline or find efficiencies in either time or money in order to be able to comply with that order. And if staff find that there are major issues that cannot be resolved the way that the order is currently written, the staff can always bring that back to you again as an amendment to revise that CAO. So I hope that addresses some of the concerns that you've expressed here. But I think overall, what we have seen is that Lake San Marcos has been going on for a very long time in dealing with this issue. And I think comparatively to any delays that the order may cause or any costs that are increased by those delays is appropriate given the fact that now the order allows for a very transparent understanding of what the requirements are, what the expectations are for the board. And it also creates a sense of or establishes accountability on the parties, as well as it creates accountability for board staff to make sure that they come back to you in the future and be able to say that, yes, we are keeping the progress towards Lake San Marcos moving forward and water quality being improved. Thank you.
Go follow up?
Yeah. I was a little confused earlier with a couple of speakers talking about CEQA. Why would they need to reapply for CEQA with this order?
Sarah, do you want to address CEQA?
Just for my education.
So we had a couple responses to what the speakers or what the commenters have contributed regarding CEQA. The issuance of the order and the submittal of the remedial action plans are not subject to CEQA. However, what they are talking about is when you implement the remedial action plans, you could potentially be impacting the environment. So the analysis has to be done at that time. There has been an initial study / mitigated negative declaration prepared several years ago. And we've been working with the parties on that. I think you might remember from Steve's presentation, he said that board staff halted working on that last year. The reason that we did so was because there have been all these questions about what are the final remedies going to be, and things have been drifting, and we've asked them for an updated feasibility analysis. So with CEQA, you need to have the project defined so that you can analyze all the impacts. And so we saw that there was the possibility that some of these remedies could change, or new ones could be added, possibly, depending on what comes out of these new studies, or other ones could be removed. We already know that some of them have changed since the RIFS came out, and Laura talked about that. So that's why we decided it didn't make sense to continue to look at that analysis until those revisions had been made. So I hope that explains it.
Thank you. Mr. Strom.
Yes, I have been here since this first came to the board. I don't think I've missed a meeting where it's been discussed. And my observation today is it's pretty much the same. CDC and the residents around the lake come talk to us, do their thing. I've watched the alum being spread in the lake. But this is not a lake problem. This is a watershed problem. As has been said, I appreciate it being brought up. And I only see two people here from the watershed. Thank you, County and Velocita. We can't solve this in the long run. You can keep dumping chemicals in the lake and trying to fix things, but we can't solve it unless those entities upstream are held accountable to fix their part of the problem. We don't have the city here. We don't have schools. We do have the city. Thank you. We don't have Caltrans. We don't have any number of ag groups up there that need to be held accountable to fix their part of the problem. And to my colleague Betty's comments about the funding, I would think that if any additional funding is going to be required, it's going to be required of those entities that are upstream that have not been participating in the way they should. So I unfortunately believe this is a necessity to make all the parties get in the game and do their part.
Thank you. At this point, we'll close the public hearing and we'll have deliberation after I entertain a motion and a motion to approve tentative order Region Board 9, 2024-009, and we'll deliberate after that.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and second. We'll go into deliberation at this point. I'd like to open with, having worked with eutrophic lakes in the past, there's two ways you can go. I guess there's three, actually. You can do a short-term fix where you can aerate and put alum, and sometimes you see a big improvement, but it's short-lived. Or you can take the longer route, which is more comprehensive and more enduring, and that is the watershed approach that Mr. Strom just referred to. Without doing that, you will be spending the rest of your life and a tremendous amount of money adding alum and aerating, and you get some short-term results that might make people happy. They get to see something that's built up and they see a big plume, and that's wonderful. And the work will be effective for a short period of time, but your inputs from the watershed will continue. And as long as they continue, you will have a accumulating problem. So the only enduring systemic fix is to look throughout the watershed, and you've already done much of this work where you've identified inputs, and those need to be addressed. And whether or not it costs more or less, I think in the long run it's going to cost more to do the short-term fixes because you're going to be doing them over and over and over again, and that was our experience. Your long-term fix would be much more enduring and systemic, and that's what this order seeks to accomplish. So for one, I'm going to support it and vote in favor of it because it takes the kind of approach that we see having more success over a long period of time. Any additional deliberation? The clerk will call the motion.
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
Aye.
Ms. Tu?
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Chair Cantu?
Aye.
Motion
Carries. We're going to take a short-term break now, probably between 5 and 8 minutes to set your watches so our staff can set up. Thank you. We are going to reconvene with item number 5, the time schedule consideration. Would you please take your seats? Thank you. Number 5 is a time schedule order. It is an order requiring designated responsible permittees to comply with Bacteria Project 1I 20 beaches and creeks, TMDL requirements prescribed in the Regional Municipal Storm Sewer Systems Permit in the San Diego region. Before we begin this item, our board member 2 has a statement to read.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a public relation consultant and have consulted on some projects involving the city of San Diego. The work I have done for the city of San Diego does not involve any stormwater issues, nor any matter related to the tentative time schedule order. I just want to make sure I have that on the record.
Thank you, board member 2. Item number 5 on our agenda today is the consideration of a time schedule order, Regional Board 9, 2024-0010, which provides additional time and a schedule for certain permittees to comply with Bacteria Project 20 beaches and creeks TMDL requirement prescribed in the Regional Municipal Stormwater Systems Permit for San Diego. At this time, I'll administer the oath to all persons intending to testify on this matter. If you are here in person or attending virtually via Zoom, please raise your right hand and answer "I do" after I read the oath. So if you're not sure if you're going to testify, please go ahead and raise your hand. Do you swear that the comments you're about to give are the truth? Thank you. You may lower your hands. Also, I want to remind people that this is an opportunity. If you wish to speak, please fill out speaker cards. And I would be so indebted to you if you wrote your name really in a legible fashion. There's beautiful handwriting and all kinds of stylistic stuff, and I'm just not good at it. So use your most boring block print possible with spacing, and that will give me a fighting chance. I would very much appreciate that. Today's order of proceedings will begin with a presentation from San Diego Water Board staff. Then representatives of the permittees and environmental organizations will provide comments. And then we will take comments from other members of the public. So we'll start with our board member staff presentation.
Good morning, Board Chair Cantu and members of the board. My name is Marie-Lee Lecourtois, and I'm a water resource control engineer in the Stormwater Management Unit. Today, I'm presenting to you for consideration tentative time schedule order for Bacteria 2024-0010. An order requiring designated responsible permittees to comply with the Bacteria Project 1 20 beaches and creeks total maximum daily load requirements prescribed in the Regional Municipal Separate Storm Sewer Systems Permit for the San Diego region. Compliance with the dry weather bacteria TMDL requirements is past due. Compliance was due almost 3 years ago on April 4th, 2021. Following the deadline, staff evaluated compliance and evaluated receiving water monitoring data collected by the permittees in TMDL segments. Receiving water data showed that about 75% of TMDL water bodies did not meet the final dry weather bacteria receiving water limitations for fecal indicator bacteria, for total coliform, fecal coliform, and Enterococcus. The map on this slide shows the region and the watersheds that are subject to the TMDL requirements. The map shows green stars and red circles. The green stars represent compliant monitoring stations in the receiving water. and the red circles represent stations where noncompliance was not achieved. A total of 39 segments did not demonstrate compliance, 39 out of the 52 TMDL listed segments. Since late 2020, staff has coordinated and met with the permittees to develop the time schedule order. We held a public workshop last year, and since then have met with the permittees several times during coordination meetings. Just last month, we shared the tentative time schedule order with the permittees and non-governmental groups. Today, we are here to consider adoption of the tentative time schedule order to allow permittees more time to comply with the final dry weather requirements for bacteria. As part of the comment period, we received 15 comment letters from 29 responsible permittees. This slide highlights the main comments that we received from the permittees, but it's not comprehensive of all comments received. We addressed about 80% of requested changes to the time schedule order and responded to all comments from all permittees. We received 2 comment letters from the non-governmental organizations, including SURF, Heal the Bay, San Diego Audubon Society, San Diego Coast Keeper, Surfrider, and the Environmental Center of San Diego. This slide highlights the main requests for TSO additions or requests for removals, and we believe we responded to all comments and addressed all requested changes. If adopted, the time schedule order would allow permittees more time to come into compliance. In terms of monitoring, the TSO requires the minimum. Yes, it does require additional monitoring that is not currently in the regional MS4 permit, but it requires the minimum monitoring necessary to determine whether the permittees will comply with the interim effluent limitations in the TSO. The TSO allows up to 90% of bacteria exceedance frequency. The permittees requested up to 100% bacteria exceedance frequency in some segments, but we did not agree in giving them a no limitation at all for bacteria. In comparison, the final dry weather bacteria water quality-based effluent limitations require a 0% exceedance frequency. In response to comments and in response to board members' requests from the public workshop, we included a monitoring method for using outfall flow observations. And we removed HF183, the human fecal marker, as a compliance requirement and are recommending it as a source tracking tool. There are 29 permittees that are responsible for complying with the bacteria TMDL requirements. However, not all are listed under the time schedule order. During December of last year, we requested permittees to notify us whether they wanted to be included or excluded from the time schedule order. Since then, and up to yesterday, we've received several requests for either removal or addition. 12 permittees are covered under San Diego County, and 7 permittees are covered under Orange County. We've provided an errata sheet for the time schedule order, which is available for the public in the back table, and which has been handed out to you for review. We have 11 TSO covered segments in Orange County and 16 segments in San Diego County. This represents about 52% of the total TMDL listed segments. We have two groups of directives that apply to two different groups of permittees. The first group is TSO permittees discharging to beaches. The directives that apply are the interim receiving water limitations, compliance with the final dry weather water quality-based effluent limitations, and the requirement to submit annual TSO compliance reports. The second group is the responsible permittees discharging to creeks. These permittees must comply with the interim outfall effluent limitations, must submit a TSO monitoring plan, and must comply with the final dry weather water quality-based effluent limitations. They must also implement watershed control measures and submit a pollution prevention plan and annual TSO compliance reports. In the TSO, we give the permittees that are discharging to the beaches the option to comply with the same directives that apply to the permittees discharging to the creeks if they are seeking protection from mandatory minimum penalties. The first directive, again, only applies to permittees that are discharging to the beaches. The first directive are the interim bacteria receiving water limitations. Under this directive, we're not requiring any new additional monitoring. We're simply requiring the permittees to continue the current TMDL monitoring programs that they are already doing. This includes monitoring the receiving water for Enterococcus and fecal coliform on a frequency of once per week during the dry season. And we're giving them a 10% exceedance frequency allowance. That is because many of the beach segments are already very close to meeting the 0% exceedance frequency. They just need additional time for maybe source ID or source abatement. The second directive applies to permittees that are discharging to TSO creeks and permittees that are discharging to TSO beaches if they elect to comply with this directive. This directive does include new outfall effluent monitoring that's not currently required as part of the regional MS4 permit, but again, it is the minimum monitoring that we need in order to evaluate whether effluent limitations will be met in the interim timeframe of the time schedule order. We have two methods available for permittees to monitor and demonstrate compliance with monitoring. The first method is conducting water quality sampling at the outfalls, and each permittee would be required to monitor 5 outfalls per TSO segment. We're allowing a 60 to 90% exceedance allowed up to September 30th, 2027. And the second milestone we offer is a 50% exceedance allowed up to September 30th, 2028, which is the final compliance deadline for the time schedule order. The second method is for permittees to not do sampling, but instead conduct visual observations of their outfalls. And the number of outfalls would be determined and provided in the TSO monitoring plan and would capture a proportion of all MS4 outfalls that discharge to the TSO segments. We're allowing 70 to 90% flow discharge allowed through September 30th, 2027, and 50% exceedance allowed up to September 30th, 2028. Directive 3 requires permittees to submit a TSO monitoring plan. The plan will be due 1 month from today if the TSO is adopted and would require executive officer approval before monitoring begins on June 1st, 2024. The plan must identify outfalls to be sampled or observed for each permittee in each TSO segment. The fourth directive requires permittees to attain and demonstrate compliance with the final water quality-based effluent limitations for dry weather that are in the regional MS4 permit. The regional MS4 permit provides 6 compliance pathways for permittees to be able to demonstrate compliance with the bacteria water quality-based effluent limitations. The TSO is structured to encourage permittees to comply with the first three pathways, either demonstrating no discharge from their MS4s, meeting receiving water limitations, or meeting effluent limitations. Compliance with the final dry weather water quality-based effluent limitations would be due September 30th, 2028 if the TSO is adopted. The fifth directive requires permittees to implement watershed control measures. The first requirement is for permittees to submit a microbial source identification work plan that would be due 4 months from today. And effective the TSO adoption date, permittees would be required to conduct source investigations and source abatement. The second requirement required as part of the watershed control measures is for permittees to submit a microbial source abatement work plan. That would be due about 22 months from today. And following that, permittees are required to abate anthropogenic sources of bacteria by September 30th, 2028. Directive 6 requires permittees to submit a pollution prevention plan. The pollution prevention plan should ideally provide an analysis of existing and additional pollution prevention strategies that the permittees will implement in order to abate bacteria sources. It must describe human and non-human anthropogenic sources of bacteria as well as natural sources of bacteria, and include a time schedule for implementation of these strategies. The final directive requires permittees to submit annual TSO compliance reports. The reports must present the results of monitoring data collected throughout the year, each year, and the compliance status of each permittee. It must also summarize the actions that the permittees took during the year to investigate sources of bacteria or to abate sources of bacteria. And it must describe progress or delays or modifications necessary to achieve compliance. One thing to note is that the final TSO compliance report is due after the final deadline of September 30th, 2028, and the report would come in January 31st of the 2029 year. Finally, staff's recommendation is for board members to adopt the TSO with errata presented to you today to provide permittees additional time to comply with the final water quality-based effluent limitations for dry weather. We recognize that the TSO is not a perfect fit for all permittees, but we believe it is the best fit for permittees to be able to comply and conduct source investigations and source abatements as soon as possible. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. I will take any questions now.
Any questions for our staff? None at this time. Thank you. So
Thank you.
next we will call, I've lost my place, you went so fast. Our presenter from representing, I'm in the wrong place here. Here we go. Permittees has a 30-minute request for a presentation. And after your presentation, we'll be taking a lunch break for closed session and for lunch. So please state your name and whether or not you've taken the oath.
Oh, my name is Brianna Minke. I'm a Deputy Director of the Stormwater Department at the City of San Diego, and I have taken the oath. Just waiting for the presentation to come up.
Perhaps not. I think they'll tell her.
That's myself, David. Okay.
I'm not certain your microphone is on.
Oh, sorry. Was I just not standing close enough? Okay. My name is Brianna Minke. I'm a Deputy Director at the City of San Diego Stormwater Department, and yes, I've taken the oath. How do I get? Oh, okay.
And we're waiting for a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Our clerk is working on it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, good morning. I wanted to start by saying thank you to the board members for the time to speak to you today and to the San Diego Water Board staff for your consideration of our comments and the productive discussions to date. Permittees appreciate your willingness to listen to our concerns and the subsequent updates that were made to the TSO. When we came before you back at the workshop in February 2023, we noted a few goals, many of which have been achieved through these revisions to date, including allowing the permittees to focus efforts and resources on water bodies that are not supporting rec beneficial uses, sustaining but not increasing current levels of efforts where water bodies are supporting rec beneficial uses, and leveraging existing source investigation and abatement tools and work plans where we can. There are other improvements as well, but we also see a few critical concerns that remain. Our goal today is to provide you with an understanding of our successes to date and challenges that we see coming, but ultimately to provide support for the adoption of this TSO. Today, I'm joined by Justin Gamble, the Land Use and Environmental Group Program Manager for the County of San Diego, and Amanda Carr, Deputy Director of the Orange County Stormwater Program. Again, we appreciate the time to speak with you this morning. We're going to cover a few important topics to help you better understand our position as we near adoption of the TSO, and this is an overview of our presentation. I think we can all agree on the common goal of protecting recreational beneficial uses. Our programs have been focused on the goal for years, and we've seen many notable successes during dry weather. Our focus on recreational use at our beaches is well aligned with the Regional Board's key beneficial uses and key areas document that was adopted in 2017. In learning how to best protect our beaches, we've invested in advancing the region's understanding of evolving science and regulatory policies that have been developed and implemented at local, state, and federal levels. Since the TMDL adoption, we've seen updates to the water quality objectives, we've improved our understanding of risk as it relates to sources, recreators, and seasonality, and we've begun to use tools to allow us to identify, investigate, and abate the highest risk sources that will impact recreational use in the environment. We're here today to support the adoption of the TSO as it will provide us the time needed to continue to learn from the latest science, for example, the findings of the San Diego River Investigative Order that are starting to come out, focus on the most challenging areas of our watersheds, and implement critical projects to ensure that recreational use is protected. It's important that permittees are not held in violation of our MS4 permit as we continue to make this progress. The permittees agree that a TSO is the correct regulatory tool, recognizing that it is an enforcement order and is not a free pass that will give us more time. We need this TSO for our beaches. While the majority of the time rec use is supported during dry weather, we still see occasional exceedances of bacteria objectives. These occasional exceedances can present potential violations of our permit, even though rec use is protected. We've also got a few beaches that have more complex issues that we're actively trying to address with source abatement, investigations, and other projects. Bacteria in our creeks continues to be a challenge and a focal point of our programs, and we need the TSO in these areas as well. Creek and river systems have varied and commingled sources of bacteria, requiring large-scale, intensive studies to identify and abate specific sources and to meet these final dry weather TMDL limits. To get us there, we anticipate more intensive monitoring and source investigation efforts and continued abatement of sources, especially those posing the highest risk in our watersheds. While we need to focus on the highest risk sources first, we recognize the other anthropogenic sources that contribute to bacteria levels, and we're committed to addressing these as well to get to final compliance with the TMDL. I've mentioned our focused effort at our beaches and that we've seen a great deal of success there, but we've also seen successes in other areas. I'd like to point out a few of our success stories since the implementation of the TMDL began. Since the adoption of the TMDL, we've seen improvements in water quality at our beaches across the region. In fact, many of the beach segments that were listed in the TMDL have since been removed from the 303D list for impairment of rec beneficial uses, indicating that these beneficial uses are widely supported. However, we still see occasional exceedance of REC 1 water quality objectives, which could subject us to permit violations and monetary penalties. These rare exceedances are seen at beaches across the region, even at some of our delisted beaches and those getting A's on Heal the Bay's beach report cards. Annual Heal the Bay report cards clearly indicate that public health risk is low during dry weather, as over 90% of our beaches are now consistently receiving A grades during summer dry weather periods. This is supported by a clear drop in the number of beach postings over the past 2 decades. For example, in Orange County, beach postings dropped by more than 93% from 2002 to 2023. Despite the good water quality at our beaches, it is important that they remain in the TSO, and we appreciate the updates staff made to the TSO to ensure that we do not have to spend a lot of additional resources at these beaches. Although challenging, we've also seen remarkable successes in inland areas across the region as well. Examples in the city of San Diego shown on this slide illustrate the significant reductions in dry weather flows in the Mission Bay and Choice Creek watersheds. In Orange County, we're seeing more than 40% reduction in dry weather flow and more than 90% reduction in bacteria loads in Aliso, San Juan, and Salt Creek. Our IDDE, conservation, and outreach programs have been successful in supporting one of the most important goals of the MS4 permit, to eliminate non-stormwater discharges. Oh no. It won't go. Huh.
Maybe died.
I pushed it too hard, maybe I broke it. Thank you. The previous slides illustrated clear improvements in water quality. Thank you. These examples would not be possible if not for investments in our programs. We consider these investments to be successes as well, although we recognize that it is going to take more to get to the finish line. In the city of San Diego, we've increased our general stormwater program budget by more than 30% and our capital budget by over 1,400%. We're committing to improving our infrastructure to support water quality and flood protection. To that end, we've secured millions of dollars in WIFIA loans to help us improve our storm drains and water quality over the next 5 years. In parallel, the County of San Diego has increased their stormwater budget by more than 50% and has more than doubled their budget for capital projects. While significant, the county has also identified over $240 million in green infrastructure projects that will be needed for strategic runoff, capture, and treatment. The increases in funding provide more resources toward bacteria investigations and solutions, including education, outreach, rebates and incentives, infrastructure improvements and structural BMP projects, the county's after-hours irrigations inspections, and the city's water quality response team, which was formed 2 years ago to investigate complex cases that pose the greatest risk to human health and the environment. We're committed to addressing the challenges ahead through a combination of programs. I'm going to turn it over to Justin Gamble now to take a deeper dive into these programs, projects, and studies that are going on in the San Diego region. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Again, Justin Gamble, Program Manager for the County of San Diego Watershed Protection Program, and I have taken the oath. We'd like to highlight a few of the agency's water quality protection programs, projects, and studies over the last few years. And I'm confident this work will show our commitment to abating sources of bacteria to our MS4s to protect the REC 1 beneficial use and achieve the intent of the bacteria TMDL. The TSO prioritizes the investigation and abatement of highest risk sources first that pose the greatest threat to human and ecological health in our waterways. It has been well established through past epidemiological studies that sources of human waste to receiving waters pose one of the highest illness risks to water recreators. The TSO agencies have and continue to work collaboratively on identifying and implementing solutions to protect the REC 1 beneficial use. Through our investigations and interagency collaboration and work with scientific research organizations such as SCORP, we are getting a clearer picture of the sources and transport mechanisms of bacteria in our TMDL waterways that pose the greatest risks. However, one of our challenges is that some of these sources may be regulated by permits issued by the Water Board outside of the MS4 permit and the bacteria TMDL. This effort requires time and interagency approaches to address the sources that are prioritized within the TSO. Since before the passage of the bacteria TMDL's dry weather compliance date, the MS4 agencies have collaborated with other jurisdictions and districts to conduct extensive bacteria source tracking investigations at the TSO beaches and the inland creek and river locations. This approach is specifically focused on finding and abating the highest risk sources as intended under the time schedule order and is much more comprehensive than the investigations already required under the MS4 permit. These source investigation methods are grounded in both their historical efficacy as well as cutting-edge scientific utility. Examples of intensive source tracking studies include prioritizing drainage investigations based on proximity, age, and land use features of the MS4 and sanitary sewer systems, conducting intensive follow-up monitoring using source-specific methods. For example, the County of San Diego, we utilize genetic methods, including HF183 and avian markers at our TMDL sites to assess risk and sources of exceedances. Conducting enhanced visual assessments like CCTV of our storm drains and sanitary sewers to search for areas of exfiltration and cross-connection, and other well-established source tracking methods such as fluorescent dye tracing. Here's a list of sources that the Water Board previously named as potential contributors of bacteria and MS4 discharges to the TMDL receiving waters. These sources were explicitly named in the San Diego River Investigative Order issued in 2019 and include on-site wastewater systems, sanitary sewer overflows to TMDL receiving waters, sanitary sewer and lateral exfiltration, and illicit discharges of human waste. While the TSO agencies continue to implement the monitoring and abatement for these sources under our illicit discharge detection and elimination programs to effectively abate contributions requires close coordination with non-MS4 agencies and others not named as responsible parties under the bacteria TMDL. The TSO will help make quantifiable improvements to water quality by granting the time needed for us to work together with our partner agencies and identify funding for additional mitigation measures. The TSO agencies have developed and implemented comprehensive structural and non-structural solutions to control sources of bacteria from entering our MS4s. Here are a few of these multiple strategies that the county is already implementing in our bacteria TMDL watersheds. We're implementing extensive and aggressive capital improvement programs to prioritize aging sanitary and MS4 infrastructure, including $34 million allocated to our sanitation district for targeted sewer point replacement and repairs, a 5-year capital needs assessment exceeding $244 million for green infrastructure, and over $6.3 million spent on bacteria source tracking efforts in the TMDL watersheds. We are conducting extensive education and outreach to abate sources and pathways of human waste to our TSO water bodies. For example, we implement septic education and outreach, septic education rebate programs, as well as education on proper RV waste disposal. As previously mentioned, we can't overstate the importance of the forthcoming results of the San Diego Investigative Order.
Sorry, would you prefer questions as they come up, or would you want to?
Preferably at the end.
At the end?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. The San Diego River named agencies in the investigative order have spent over $5 million in the last 5 years to design and conduct one of the most intensive and cutting-edge watershed bacteria source investigations in the country, with the ultimate goal of quantifying human fecal inputs and pathways. We put 5 years into this effort, and the time schedule order will provide the additional time necessary to incorporate what we've learned into our programs to make this even more effective. We encourage the Water Board to view the TSO as the logical and necessary bridge from the investigative order to ensure that public funds are spent on the latest science and put to the most effective use in protecting water quality. In addition to the extensive investments already made, the TSO agencies understand that there's still more to do to protect Rec 1 beneficial uses, and here's a consideration of some of our remaining challenges. The key for success to both the TSO agencies and the Water Board in fulfilling the intent of the bacteria TMDL is time. We know from past and current efforts that extensive source identification work in our MS4s and watershed is costly and time-consuming. However, this work is being made more efficient and effective as we apply new source tracking methods. However, we have a very large area to cover. We're further challenged when observed sources are intermittent or transient in nature. We are requesting this time schedule order as a critical means to not only continue our source abatement work, but to enhance our coordination with non-TMDL jurisdictions and agencies. This is evident through the San Diego River Investigative Order process and the time needed to formulate future agreements and solutions between the TMDL responsible parties, Phase 2 MS4s, and sanitary agencies. Finally, we are requesting the full 5 years the Water Board is authorized to allow under a time schedule order. This is especially important throughout our source abatement process, as even single exceedances of water quality objectives and effluent limitations can be a violation of the MS4 permit. I'm going to now turn it over to Amanda Carr with County of Orange for closing statements. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Amanda Carr. I'm Deputy Director for OC Environmental Resources, and I'm representing the Orange County Stormwater Program. I have taken the oath. And I'm batting cleanup to wrap up a few of the points and also to put it into potentially a little bit larger perspective. As an agency that's already under a TSO, in the Newport Bay watershed out of the Santa Ana region. So I just wanted to provide some additional context. Wait, did I go backwards? There we go. As has been mentioned, outstanding progress has been made over the close to 20 years that I have personally been working on this TMDL. We began working on this TMDL when it was originally proposed in 2003. My son, who was born in 2004, is now a sophomore in college. So, we're tracking this in lifetimes of children. But being able to stand here today and tell you that we are in the red zone. We are on the final approach. We are so close to meeting the dry weather requirements everywhere throughout the region, which to me is shocking. If you had told me this in 2003, I would have said that reaching the percentage reductions that we were set up to reach, we weren't going to get there. But I'm really proud to be able to say that we are. However, I think I mentioned this in our earlier hearing, the 80-20 rule, where 80% of the progress takes 20% of the work, and the last 20% of the progress takes 80% of the work. We're sort of at 98-2, and that is why we are asking for the full 5 years. We recognize that the things that we are addressing now are these one-off intermittent, where is it coming from? Or these are bigger infrastructure issues that we need to coordinate with partner agencies outside of the MS4 permit. And that is not, we don't have the ability to compel others to act when their systems are impacting the storm drain system. As was mentioned, we do have particular challenges at some of the beach sites, including Poche Beach, which is the reason why the county and the flood control district are in the TSO. And that additional time is very necessary to address those challenges. But I also would like to put this into sort of bigger regulatory perspective. We have been working on this TMDL for close to 2 decades. We have been asking for this TMDL to be reopened and revised for close to 2 decades. The regional board has been talking about reopening this TMDL for over a decade. And we have had a variety of commitments over the years that the TMDL will be reopened and addressed to address the underlying modeling errors and challenges that often have built up to lead to some rather challenging compliance deadlines. So what we're really hoping for is the adoption of this TSO to allow us to continue moving forward, but also a commitment from the board to accelerate reopening the TMDL and revising and bringing in all of the new science, all of the work that we have spent tens of millions of dollars on developing over the last 20 years. Or unfortunately, we're going to be here again in 2031 when we're here at the wet weather compliance deadline. So we really need to address the underlying issues that are challenging making the compliance metrics achievable and reasonable for the MS4 system, and to recognize that the underlying TMDL is actually missing a lot of the components that we have documented over the years. So with that, I would also like to put into perspective the ask for the additional 1 year. The Newport Bay TSO that I mentioned that that the county is under in Region 8 was originally a 4-year TSO. And that was done by the board at the dais during the hearing to encourage faster movement. We did all of the work that was included in the TSO as it was outlined. The board recognized that the additional 5th year was needed. They had to take that additional effort and extend the TSO as they did in last December. They're also anticipating another 5 years. Addressing bacteria TMDLs is a statewide challenge. No MS4 program in the state has been deemed incompliant with any bacteria TMDL. They're either still working towards deadlines, they're under a TSO, or the regional board hasn't taken action as the deadline has passed. So this is not a case of a lack of action by the permittees. This is a statewide challenge that we all have in meeting these bacteria TMDLs and addressing the wide variety of sources that we're all trying to control and address. So with that, I believe we're coming in slightly under our time. And if we would be allowed to perhaps reserve our remaining time if there's any rebuttal after other public speakers, or at this point, we could be happy to take any questions.
We have questions. Sorry.
Do you mind going back a few slides? It was during your presentation, Mr. Campbell. It was on, it showed like the different infrastructure projects. Yeah, right there.
This one? Okay.
Yep.
I'm good at.
With respect to prioritizing and replacing aging infrastructure, do you feel that you're sufficiently funded to do that on the schedule that you would want to be?
That's a great question, Board Member Warren. So only speaking for the County of San Diego and particularly in the San Diego River watershed, my answer to that question would be not at this time. While we have a very extensive capital improvements needs assessment for the infrastructure upgrades that are needed in the next 5 to 10 year time frame, we can't make that guarantee that the full extent and the full expectations of where infrastructure upgrades are needed, that we have that funding.
Any questions? Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to take a lunch break now, and we shall be back here. Should we say 30 minutes?
Chair Cantu.
So we can give people, go ahead. Give
I
people-
believe the board will be meeting in closed session during lunch as well, and I'd like to announce that the board will be meeting in closed session to discuss item number 11 regarding personnel matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Testing, Chris, testing. Chris for AGP, coming clear.
Yes, we could hear you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Can you hear me now, Chris? Am I clear? Not a yes?
This is Hank with AGP Video. We could hear you on the side.
One more time, I can't hear you.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me? Am I audible in the room?
Still super low.
Testing 1, 2, 3, Chris. Okay, Chris, I'm gonna try this again. How's the volume now?
We're going to go ahead and get started. I apologize. Our work in closed session took a little bit longer. We had our presentation. There was no action taken, but now we'll get started. Our next order is to invite our NGOs to present on this case. And I have one card in front of me, and that is from Lena Bodine, who has very nice handwriting. Thank you. Printing, I should say.
Absence, Livia.
Oh. I can see it now. I can see it.
I had already written it out when you asked me to write really nicely. I tried, but.
Thank you very much. Livia.
And we have some slides. So I'm just going to wait for those to come up. And I'll take this time to say I have taken the oath.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cantu and members of the board. Livia Borak-Bowden. I am a partner at Coast Law Group, and I represent Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. We are a nonprofit dedicated to the protection and enhancement of coastal natural resources. And I will also be representing San Diego Coastkeeper for the latter half of the presentation today. Patrick McDonough was going to present, but he had an emergency that prevented his appearance today. So he would love to have been here, but couldn't be here. So I'll be coming back after Heal the Bay presents, and I believe they're presenting virtually. First, I'd like to thank staff for all of their time in meeting with us and attempting to address all of our requests and the requests of the Copper-Maltese. They are not in an easy position. I know it's not an easy place to be in between the two sides. And though today's TSO is an improvement to prior iterations, our ask today is simple, and we ask that you decline to adopt the TSO. It's been 21 years since the TMDL process was initiated, 1,075 days since the compliance deadline has passed for the dry weather TSO, or dry weather TMDL. And this TSO would extend the compliance deadline more than 7 years from the original deadline. And that's less than 3 years from the wet weather compliance deadline. And as you've heard foreshadowed at the meeting today, it's unlikely that the Copper-Maltese are going to meet that deadline unless significant changes are made today. If the Copper-Maltese don't take aggressive action to address bacteria sources in dry and wet weather now, they won't be able to achieve compliance with either of the objectives. That's why the TSO, structured to provide cover for mandatory minimum penalties, doesn't help get the Copper-Maltese any closer to compliance. The incentive is to keep the status quo as long as possible and ask for more time again and again. So why are we here? Because the Copernites asked for this TSO. This is an attempt to undermine the standards in the TMDL and to afford the Copernites protection from mandatory minimum penalties. It's structured this way not because of science or protection of human health. It's because this is what the Copernites asked for and negotiated over 3 years. And these are their words. This is from their comment letters. The regional board shouldn't bail the Copernites out for a failure of leadership in the Copernites. And by leadership, I don't mean the people sitting in this room. I mean the people with control over the purse strings. The goal of the Clean Water Act is to achieve fishable, swimmable, drinkable water and to protect water quality and public health. On the wall, we see these beautiful pictures that say swimmable and fishable. They don't say what's, quote, achievable and reasonable. Unfortunately, the TSO is not an order structure to prioritize water quality and public health. It's a result of negotiations and intended to provide a reprieve from mandatory minimum penalties. The Copernites know sewage is the problem in San Diego River. The reason things are not getting done is there's no political will or money to address it. If we give the Copernites more time, they'll just try to extend the deadline further and undermine the bacteria standards altogether. It's not a secret. It's what they've written in their comments and alluded to in their testimony today. What they don't say is that they can meet the standards by September 2028. It sounds like the county admits they don't have the money to do that right now. If the dry weather TMDL compliance deadline is extended to September 2028, we can be certain the Copernites will come back and ask for the wet weather goal, which is only 3 years after that, to be extended too. So we're setting a bad precedent. I don't know about you, but my entire life, I've been out of the water during wet weather and every 72 hours thereafter. I'd hoped that my kids wouldn't have to do that, but it sounds like that was too ambitious a goal because here we are today for dry weather, not being able to meet the objectives. And so certainly we won't meet the wet weather objectives. So our ask is if the board is inclined to adopt the TSO, that it be modified to actually incentivize and spur progress and attainment of the standards. Unfortunately, the TSO directives perpetuate status quo for too long, and they set the stage for continued failure. As reflected in this slide, this is a graphical representation of Directive 2A, Table 5A, that shows status quo up until September 2027, and then a decline to attainment to 50% allowable exceedances, and then 5 months later, drop to 0. So basically, it's status quo for 3+ years, and then drop at the very end. What we propose is instead a proportionate reduction in the exceedance frequency every year, so that the Copernites are allowed status quo for an additional year, because it's been 3 years, and then a proportionate decline. And this would be for all of the directives, so everything in 2A and 2B. And that would set up the Copernites for success. And with that, I will hand it over to Heal the Bay, who I believe is appearing virtually.
Yes, hello, I am on the call. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Great, okay. Hello, board members. For the record, my name is Annalisa Moe, and I also took the oath here at home. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Associate Director of Science and Policy at Heal the Bay, leading our water quality team, which is probably best known for our beach report card, where we present bacteria data as easy to understand A through F grades, allowing people to make informed recreational choices. And many of the problem sites addressed in this time schedule order are inland freshwater sites, but though there are some beach sites included as well. But there are some really interesting lessons learned from analysis of beach bacteria data that should inform your decision today. So I'd like to start by sharing some stats from our most recent beach report card, which I know you heard about a little bit from the permittees. And just as a note, my colleague, Tanya Pineda, is also on the Zoom call. I don't think she's been brought up to a panelist just yet, but she is the expert in all things beach report cards. So if you have follow-up questions, she'll be available to answer those. But we can start with the good news, which is that 95% of beaches in San Diego County had either an A or a B grade during summer dry weather, which is consistent with what we've seen over the last 5 years. But onto the bad news, it's no surprise that water quality declines dramatically during wet weather, and in fact dips to only 63% of beaches getting an A or a B grade. But a really interesting trend is that we also see a decline during dry weather in the winter months. So the 5-year average shows a slight decline with 91% of beaches getting an A or a B grade. But on wet years like last year, that decline is much more dramatic. So here we're looking at dry weather samples taken during winter months, potentially between wet weather events, but not within 72 hours of a rain event. And yet we're seeing some really interesting variability with 74% of beaches getting A and B grades in those winter dry conditions. I can also share very quickly that last year we were unable to grade about 1/3 of San Diego County's beaches due to the difference in water testing protocols. Last year, San Diego County implemented a new water quality monitoring approach using a molecular method known as ddPCR. And this offers increased sensitivity in detecting fecal content in water. But most municipalities and agencies rely on the culture-based methods for water, and the two detection methods can't really be easily compared. So again, these are just a couple of lessons learned that we can take with us as we turn to the sites covered within this TSO, which includes some really heavily contaminated inland freshwater sites. And it's something that we've seen in the Los Angeles area as well, where as we move up the watershed, we see the contamination accumulating a lot more in the inland sites. If you can go to the next slide, please. Now, before we get into some of the specifics around this TSO, I do want to commend staff for removing the HF 183 alternative compliance pathway that existed in the previous draft. While this genetic marker can be a useful tool to identify human sources of bacteria, it cannot identify all anthropogenic sources, given that human activity can also exacerbate the presence of animal bacteria. And as there is no current standard for HF 183 for that genetic marker, it's not comparable to most bacteria data available. So we support staff fully in removing that compliance option. We do, however, have remaining concerns that the effluent and flow limitations in the latest TSO draft are still not protective of human health. Interim limits currently focus on allowable exceedance frequency, but allowing exceedance to occur up to 90% of the time for the next several years is unacceptable. In addition, the number of times that water quality limits are exceeded is only one factor. Another consideration is how much the limit is exceeded by. So if the limit is 320 MPN, then on one of those allowable exceedance days, there would be no regulatory difference between a result of 500 MPN or 5,000 MPN. But the difference in the impact to public and environmental health is dramatic. Another approach to incorporate some sort of magnitude check could be through an interim limit for a geometric mean. And this would be in addition to the single sample maximum limits that are currently in there. And this would also provide a clearer picture of ongoing pollution problems. And then, again, not currently included in the TSO. Finally, we also don't see a standard testing method identified for this TSO, and without a standard method, we could get data that, again, is not comparable to historical data or comparable to data from other sites. Now, I do quickly want to kind of give you a few examples of what we've seen with the LA Regional Board, because we're based up in Santa Monica. So we primarily engage with the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board. And we've seen a few TSOs come through the LA Regional Board, and we've even seen requests for direct TMDL deadline extensions. And it has ignited some really interesting conversations. Because historically, LA board staff have set interim limits based on past performance, essentially waiving all penalties unless things get worse. But recent conversations have indicated that this is kind of the common practice, but it's not what the board has to do. And in fact, the board certainly has authority to reject a TSO if the extension request is not justified, but they may also have the flexibility to set more protective interim limits. Now, as for TMDL extension requests, the LA board has become increasingly wary of direct extensions as more requests have come into that office. And they've actually stated a preference for TSO consideration because that approach at least includes more accountability with annual milestones that can be followed. From our point of view, given that TMDL deadlines are often a decade or 2 decades in this case, they were also negotiated initially with permittee input to make sure that the timeline was feasible. We definitely do not support any blanket extensions. We often oppose time schedule orders, but those do at least provide accountability, and we definitely prefer the approach of requiring that step of justification and annual milestones. Now for today, we encourage you to explore the flexibility that you do have to decide whether the TSO requested is justified, and also to look at protective interim limits that include things like having a cap on the magnitude of an allowable exceedance, and also fewer allowable exceedance days across the board that would drive implementation and still waive some but not all of the penalties while permittees work towards compliance, the step down approach that Livia just presented. So I'm now actually going to hand things back to Livia to get a little bit more into our specific recommendations for this TSO.
I'm back. Pretend I'm Patrick. One thing that Patrick wanted me to convey on behalf of Coastkeeper was that it's important to note that the emphasis of Rec 1 is a lot on beach segments, but these creeks and creek segments do see a lot of activity as well. Coastkeeper has an education and science program, and there's a lot of monthly water quality monitoring that requires people to go into these water bodies. And for education and science purposes, it's important that these people aren't risking their health going into these water bodies throughout the year. There are elementary school teachers that Coastkeeper works with, and they regularly advise Coastkeeper that they have kids, students who go into the water bodies to play and catch crawfish, get dirty. They use these creek segments. Not everybody lives on the coast. My son's school, they did a trout release program. These kids are, as they should be, trying to explore these water bodies, and they should be able to do so safely. So it's important that we protect human health for all of the water segments. As I mentioned, the point of the TSO from the co-permittee's perspective is to avoid penalties and to delay long enough to undermine the bacteria objectives. And what we're asking is to hold up these bacterial objectives that we put so much time into developing. I actually was working at Coastkeeper back when, in 2008, the TMDL was adopted, and, arguing up here against the reference system approach. And, I can remember too, all the time that is spent working on this TMDL. And as science, informs us of, potential human inputs and ways to maybe better address bacteria, that doesn't mean we should undermine the goal. The goal is still not to have bacteria input into these water bodies. And the science is there telling us that we know for a large part what the problem is in San Diego River. So we should be addressing that regardless of whether we're changing the objective, in the margins. When you have exceedances in the thousands, you're not going to get to a point where you don't have to address that in these segments. And then, the incentive here to undermine the TMDL, sets a bad precedent. If the dischargers subject to TMDLs can come in here and just say, look, we need more time, without showing that they can actually meet the objectives in order to undermine the objectives. It just sets a bad precedent for all of the time that was put into developing the TMDL. So we have some suggestions. If the board is inclined to adopt the TSO, one of the requests is to increase the monitoring to be year-round. We use our beaches, our creeks all year long, not just during the, quote-unquote dry weather. This is a dry weather TMDL that applies on dry days, not just during the dry season. So year-round monitoring would actually better assess whether the Copermites are meeting the water quality objective, as well as give us more data in developing tools. And then in terms of the outfalls selected for monitoring, we'd request that there be greater oversight by the board in terms of figuring out which outfalls are representative. We've seen, some gamesmanship in the past, and we'd like to make sure that that doesn't happen here. Clarity as to the minimum number of outfalls that are monitored. The way it's written, it's not entirely clear if it's meant to be 5 total outfalls per segment or 5 outfalls per discharger per segment. I think it's the latter, but we'd like clarification that the dischargers are monitoring at least 5. And then also to make sure that 5 outfalls really does, per discharger makes the monitoring representative, because not all of the segments that are impaired are the same size. Some of them are bigger and some of them are smaller. So we may need more monitoring for these larger areas. So it should be proportionate. Also, we just want to make sure that for the microbial source ID, that anthropogenic means truly anthropogenic, not just from human waste. Anthropogenic means dog waste, animal waste associated with human-caused systems. Also, we've seen a lot of these transfer stations, landfills. They're huge recycling stations. They're huge sources of bacteria that typically go unnoticed or unaccounted for. And then for the Directive 6, we'd ask for that deadline to be moved up by a year. We don't see any reason to go till 2026. We want to get started as soon as possible. And, there's already been a lot of time, as you've seen, that's gone. So those are our specific requests. And with that, I'll say thank you and have 30 seconds for questions.
Any questions for the NGO presentation in its entirety? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, we do have a question. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I assumed some of these requests already been addressed with staff and came up not in agreement, and now you're making those additional requests.
Yes and no. So I will say we did submit written comments within the comment period, but after the close of the written comment period, the TSO was modified. And so we didn't have an opportunity to provide written comments to this iteration of the TSO, but we did, staff generously gave us time. We told them about our concerns and our requests a week or two ago, but there haven't been any revisions in that time frame. Hopefully that clarifies.
Chair, if I may, does staff have a chance to look at the request? Is it something that we can accommodate, or it's not feasible?
Some of the requests are new, but some of them were mentioned during our meeting last week. So no, we have not had a chance to include them in the current TSO or the errata that was presented to you today. Some of them I think we can work to address. Others would change the time period. For example, the request of weekly monitoring for the entire year would then expand the total monitoring required. And so we wouldn't just be looking at the dry season. And then we have a couple other requests as well, including like the milestones. The reason why we did not include kind of like a progressive milestone that decreases was because the tentative time schedule order effective adoption has to provide protection for the permittees. And currently the status quo, as Olivia mentioned, is that the permittees are meeting around the 90 to 100% exceedance range. So we're not sure if they would be able to decrease those exceedances within the next 2 or 3 years. So we do keep that percentage for each respective water body the same throughout the first 3 years of the TSO, and we are expecting that after they implement source investigations, new strategies, that they would ideally decrease bacteria exceedances. And by the deadline, we are still expecting compliance with the 0% exceedance frequency. So those are just some requests. I may have missed a few. Thank you, Lori. The other request was regarding the number of outfalls. And I think, did you have a question before I proceed? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so the testing weekly seems a lot. What is the current time frame of testing for the permittees?
Yeah, so the permittees are doing both dry weather and wet weather sampling. For dry weather, they sample a minimum of almost weekly as well, but they're sampling in the receiving water. So the TSO is asking the permittees to sample in their outfalls. Yeah. So another request that I heard was that the request for board staff to have more oversight of the outfalls that will be selected and whether they'll be representative of the permittees' discharges. We do envision we will have oversight when we review the TSO monitoring plans, which are due about a month from today. Since we're only requiring 5 outfalls per permittee, we think this timeline is manageable. And many of the permittees already know which are their high priority outfalls, especially since there's only a select few that discharge to the listed TSO segments. And another request I heard was for board staff to clarify whether 5 outfalls per permittee per TSO segment was the intent of the language, and yes, that is correct. So for example, City of San Diego, who is currently listed in 3 TSO segments, would have to monitor at those 3 segments 5 outfalls for a total of 15 outfalls. The other request was the request to move the pollution prevention plan deadline due date to a year earlier. I think we may be able to explore this. It was the permittee's request that we have this deadline be due 24 months after TSO adoption, and we made it shorter to 22 months to align with our review periods. So if we were to move the pollution prevention plan due date to January 31st of 2025, I believe is the request, that would only cover less than a full dry season of monitoring data that we would have reviewed. We're requiring monitoring to begin this June, so that already does not include the month of May for the dry season, and it would only include June 1st through September 30th. And then ideally, the permittees would assess that data, submit the report by January 31st, and also be required to be informed through what they did this monitoring year and any source identification or investigations that they do. but we can explore to see if we can move that deadline.
What would it take to add May in instead of starting in June so that you could have a complete dry weather year season?
Yeah, I
That
think
wouldn't be very difficult.
this might be a question that will be directed to the best directed if we direct it to the permittees. But it would also take staff time. As of now, if the TSO is adopted today, we're asking permittees to submit their monitoring plans within 1 month. So that is 1 month of planning that they'd have to select the outfalls. And then staff has planned for a 1 month review time, approximately 1 month before. So that would be from April 12th through sometime mid-May, and before we notify them whether their plan is approved. And between that time frame, we also have to have coordination meetings where maybe we're not in agreement with the outfall selected and some changes have to be made. So it is a very fast turnaround time, and if we were to move the June 1st starting time to May 1st, I just think things would have to move very quickly.
Go ahead.
Can we ask the permittees if that is a possibility, or is that something they would not be able to answer right now? Yeah. Does any of the permittees want to? Because it, in some ways, it saves money and time.
I would have to say having a shorter compliance time to develop a plan and to do all the monitoring work would not save us time and money. And also we are within the budget cycle, we're past the budgeting process, all of our numbers. So making a shift like that would be a significant challenge.
Thank you for sharing.
Again, Justin Campbell, County of San Diego. To respond to that, we have not budgeted to start the monitoring period earlier. So to do it a month in advance, we haven't briefed that up to our executives. We haven't accounted for it in the budget. We're already under an extremely strict timeline, a very short timeline, and we want to deliver on our promises, deliver what's currently written in the TSO. So we wouldn't be in agreement to decreasing the amount of time that we have to prepare the monitoring plans and start implementing the monitoring requirements.
But you must have a baseline budget. Everybody has the baseline budget that you already have allocated for business as usual, as if there was no time schedule order on the horizon.
Correct. It's the additional budget for the plan development. So getting the plans developed that are required under Directive 2 and the following directives in the TSO, that's our primary concern, is that we'd have even less time on a compliance end. We'd have less time to develop the plans and adequate time for water board staff to make their necessary review and give us feedback, and then actually get boots into the water, so to speak, to begin monitoring.
Thank you. If our staff could address some of the other recommendations, such as the stepped compliance as opposed to flat line and then significant, that seemed very attractive to me. What would that mean?
Yes, well, it is a little bit difficult to say what that would mean because as of now, we know that there are some permittees that may not even be able to meet the 90% in some locations. So if we were to continue establishing more in between milestones with less percentage required within the next 2 or 3 years, it is likely some permittees may fall out of compliance with the TSO and then not have that protection. But we can establish those milestones. We do have the 50% milestone as well. So it could encourage the permittees to take even more immediate action annually and not just wait until September 30th, 2027. So to answer your question, I think we could incorporate it. What it would mean for compliance, we don't know yet.
Okay. We have Orange County. Somebody who is hidden wants to. Oh, I don't see you behind there. Yes, come over here and respond. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. The stepwise compliance would be problematic. We are looking at infrastructure fixes. Infrastructure doesn't happen on a stepwise process like that. You don't do a partial fix and get a partial reduction and a partial fix and a partial reduction. If you're putting in treatment plants, or if you or treatment or diversions or things like that, those are things that take time to design and build, and then they're turned on. And so
is that your intention?
Speaking for the county, for the county's locations, yes. Or we are working with other systems. The county and the municipalities in general do not operate the wastewater systems in Orange County. They don't operate the recycled water systems in Orange County.
But you talk to those guys.
We do, but we can't compel them to fix their systems on a particular schedule. Luckily, we do, through our WQIP process, have a very robust source identification study. We are finding really, really good success using HF 183 as well as personal care products and acetaminophen, where we're trying to find out where the different sources of water that are impacting the storm drain system, because human waste doesn't originate in the storm drain system. It comes in from other systems. So, and we don't control those other systems. So that is why the process, I mean, we're even challenged by the step down at the end of the process. We would prefer to have the same target all the way through the process, bringing us to our end goal, because that gives us time to get these systems designed and built and implemented, as well as funded, which has been a question that has been raised. And yes, funding continues to be a challenge. Luckily, we've got some good grant programs coming up. We do think that we have the ability to do this work over the 5 years, but it's still going to be tight.
Also, requirements seem to inspire funding, so that's encouraging.
I would say that varies based on municipalities.
And just to follow up, similar situation in the San Diego River watershed as well. So in the county's jurisdiction, we're coordinating directly with our sanitary district. They are a JPA, affiliated with the county, but still a separate entity. So again, these processes take time. The concern also that we have with the proposed step down process and the exceedance rates is that that subjects us to potential MMPs earlier, but any dollar that goes spent towards MMPs is another dollar that's diverted away from the fixes and infrastructure.
But we won't get into that philosophy. So there's a flip side to that as well. Go ahead.
Understood. So I think that's to echo the message that Orange County was saying, is that infrastructure doesn't happen overnight, but to work with the agencies, to work with those outside of the MS4 world to implement fixes, going back to my presentation on the.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, the patience of everybody throughout the entire region, these things are complex. We understand that. We understand there's a learning curve, there's a financing curve, there's all kinds of curves that come into play, but it's been too long. So everyone is frustrated with that. So, would you have something to add?
Yeah, just echoing the sentiments of the other.
Got it.
Would you like to say that? I stated on the mic. Oh, I don't really have anything to add, just on behalf of the city of San Diego, sort of confirming what board staff were positing. It will be difficult for us to meet the existing thresholds, so to have a step down increase, I think would just further subject us to potential MMPs. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Olson.
So I'll address this to Amanda Carr since she mentioned it. So are you telling me that 90% of the fixes or greater are related to construction of infrastructure?
At this point, yes. I mean, we're at
So
the
there's
point
no
of
source control. I mean, in other words, the only source control that you can do are infrastructure changes or upgrades, or however you'd like to classify
in
them.
general, yes. When we are doing our source investigation, we're basically going up our pipe system, and we are identifying where the source of bacteria that is getting into our system. Generally, that is coming from either the wastewater pipe, or we're also seeing influence of recycled water within our system. So the recycled water is getting into the storm drain system. It's not being completely controlled through the permitting process. We are finding that. So
So the
these are-
recycled water contains viable organisms?
No, it does. That's why we also look at the personal care products. And so what we have been able to identify that there are some recycled water influence into the storm drain system that impacts our bacteria counts because it doesn't determine whether or not it is influencing our bacteria levels, and we're identifying it as comes up positive as HS183, but then if we're also seeing, we're doing some of the live versus dead, that's still developing science, but then we also try to bring in the personal care products and acetaminophen because that we can then define that is a wastewater signature. So we're trying to define the multiple sources of water into the storm drain system. We also have perennial groundwater signature in our storm drain system.
So live versus dead has been done a lot in regular drinking water. So the issue here is because it has a higher TDS. What's the issue then? I mean, live versus dead, it is not a standard method, but it has been published in water. This would say clean water for, I don't know, more probably 2 decades now.
In the source tracking tools that we have available to us, particularly with HF183, trying to look at the signal between live HF183 and dead HF183, if there's high TDS, if there are challenges to the matrices, sometimes it is very difficult to make that determination. And so we are having to go to other tracking methods. So, but basically, what the storm drain system is challenged to do is to find out where is this water coming from during the dry weather.
And you can tell that based on TDS, can't you?
To a certain degree, we have generally gone to isotope to try to determine, what is the original source of that water? Is it Colorado River water? Is it local rainfall? Does it have wastewater signature or does it have recycled water signature?
Because I thought Colorado River water had a TDS of 600 plus, but not 1,000 plus.
I would have to. We're getting a little
Yeah,
technically
I know,
detailed and a
but-
little beyond my conversational scope.
But you mentioned
but-
recycled water, so that's why.
Well,
that's what-
I'm saying that there
that's
are
what triggered it.
There are, but yes, we can have a discussion of that. But back to your original
I'll be
question.
sure to invite you.
Yes, back to your original question about are these infrastructure fixes? And primarily, yes, they are.
Okay, well, that answers my question.
Okay, any other questions for our staff?
I just have a quick one for the the responsible permittees who requested removal from the TSO coverage. So they are if this was passed by the board today or sometime in the future, they're just subject to the maximum penalties now?
Correct.
Okay. And there's 12 of those
There's,
folks?
I believe a little bit, 29 minus 17, yes, 12.
Okay. Okay. And that's where the folks who have should the TSO not pass, that's where the folks who opted in would find themselves as well.
I'm
right?
sorry, can you?
If the TSO was not, if the board didn't approve the TSO, the folks who opted into the TSO would be in the same position.
Oh, correct,
Okay.
yes. All permittees would be subject to discretionary enforcement or mandatory minimum penalties.
And are they subject to civil litigation? Yeah. Yeah.
So doesn't preclude citizen suits. The permit remains fully enforceable. So just because we have a TSO doesn't prevent NGOs or other entities from bringing citizen suits to enforce the same provisions.
Thank you.
Last call? Okay, we'll declare this hearing closed. And, we didn't, I'm sorry, I skipped over public comment. This hearing is open. And I'm requesting public comment, and I actually have one card here, and if there's any others, queue them up. No, this card is already spoken, so I have no cards.
If you're on Zoom and you'd like to comment, please raise your hand.
So we have no commenters of Zoom. Last call for all of you people sitting patiently in the audience, if any of you wish to comment. Okay, we're back to closing the hearing. This hearing is now closed. I'll entertain a motion and then we'll deliberate. Recommendation, motion language would be, you'd like to move tentative time schedule order number Regional Board 9, 2024-0010. Do I have a motion?
I will make that motion.
We have a motion, Mr. Strom,
Second.
and there's a second.
Can I get a clarification in this motion? Does this motion include anything that the staff can accommodate in terms of the requests from coastkeepers and the other NGO organizations?
We could amend the TSO. We don't like to do negotiations right here because it gets awfully messy. We like to send things back for changes if necessary, and then come back for consideration in its entirety.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair Cantu, one clarification. The motion is for the proposed time schedule order, including the errata.
Including the errata, I'm sorry.
I should have included that.
Additional deliberation?
Yeah, just some comments. I was real interested in the science update to the TMDL, but I suspect we'll learn more about that as time goes on. Is that? But I just commented, I mean, this is older than me on the board, which is a long time. But I remember back, 14 years ago, the general consensus of my fellow board members at the time was that it may very well be impossible, but they had to pound a stake in the ground and get moving. And if they had to adjust the time frame later to meet it, that was part of the original plan. At least that's how I understood it. So that's kind of where we are today. But the positive part of that is how much improvement we've made along the way. I mean, think back. How many times has somebody said HF 180, is it 183, 184? You know, and how many people in the room don't even know what that is? We certainly didn't 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And this study, we've also heard mention of the study along the San Diego River. That is going to be huge. It's going to probably define what kinds of infrastructure changes are the right ones. And so that's going to, and that comes out later this summer. So that's going to be, it's going to be big. And I think everybody's watching that, not just those along the San Diego River. But my point is the technology has changed, whether this TMDL and others like it have pushed that technology forward. I would like to think so. So it isn't a all or then. It's been moving along and we're making good progress. This is a way to allow us to move forward in I think a reasonable fashion. One thing that came to my mind yesterday in a different meeting is there's a huge influx, particularly this winter for whatever reason, in the amount of trash going into the San Diego River. And I can tell you, I've been cleaning it out of there for 20 years and it's always been a lot, but it's like multiple times what it normally is. We're not sure how much of that is just heavy rain. I believe it has a lot to do with the movement of homeless camps. As you move people out, the trash stays, and that if a rainfall hits, the trash goes into the river. That trash is a huge, in my mind, a huge influence on the amount of bacteria. Bacteria doesn't just live very long floating down the river by itself, but if it's in a big pile of trash, it stays, it multiplies. It is much harder to clean up. Sunshine and salt water don't clean up trash. They'll clean up bacteria. So I hope that all the permittees will be looking, in addition to fixing sewer pipes and the other things on your list. And I thought that was a good slide you had, showing the various sources. But, and you came close with the trash separator. And the big one we built out in Mass Park has made a big difference in that part of the river. We may need to do that in steroids out by the old Parkway Plaza, feeding into Forester Creek. But those kinds of things, in addition to just, I mean, the sewer pipes and the private laterals that's mind-boggling how you're going to try and fix that. But so we understand and we appreciate the movement and the advancements that have been made. It is still, even with this additional time, is still a huge order. We're happy to see you willing to take it on. But we're going to be back talking about this as it goes along. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Are you ready for the roll to be called?
Yes.
Will the clerk call the roll?
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Mr. Strawn?
Aye.
Ms. Warren?
Aye.
Chair Cantu?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Wait, this isn't, she's not.
She's not recused at this moment in time. Our new board.
Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member 2.
Yes, for me.
I don't know. Yeah.
Motion carries. Do you all want a 5-minute break? Or should we soldier on?
Yeah, soldier on. We're good.
Soldier on. Okay. Item number 6. This is where Board Member 2 gets to recuse herself on this item. So I invite you to read your recusal statement.
All right, thank you, Chair Cantu. I am recusing myself from item 6 because I perform consulting work relating to the City of San Diego Pure Water Project. The Pure Water Project is relating to the tentative order that will be discussed today, so I will now leave the meeting room. And just want, that being done, recusing myself, I just also want to make a statement that thank you to my colleague for welcoming me today for my first meeting. And thanks, Dave, for preparing me, and nice meeting all the staff.
And thank you for joining us, and we're sorry to see you go already.
It's turbidity. I made it, it's turbidity. I know.
I don't understand why the, we were not taking a break, but. Let's keep going. We're going to soldier on, as we say. I'll introduce item number 6 on our agenda today. It is a tentative waste discharge requirement and MPDS permit for the City of San Diego's Point Loma wastewater treatment plant. I don't know how many of these I have done. It's different levels. The tentative order is Regional Board 9, 2024-0004, MPDS, California 0107409. And on the tentative decision document for a variance from secondary treatment requirement pursuant to the Clean Water Act 301H.
Chair Cantu.
Yes.
Can you, remind the room that Board Member 2 left the meeting.
And let the record show that Board Member 2 has left after recusing herself. And she's no longer here. She is gone. She's out of the building. There is nobody sitting to my right.
Thanks a lot, Sloss.
We are a group of only 4 remaining. The San Diego Regional Board will not formally act on either item at this time, but will formally act at a subsequent board member. The US EPA will also issue a decision at a later date. The MPDS permit that we'll discuss today is a consolidated permit, meaning that it is jointly issued under the authority of both the San Diego Water Board and US EPA. San Diego Water Board will use this opportunity to receive and discuss comments related to this matter. All individuals who comment today are encouraged to submit their comments as a written comment to facilitate their consideration. Board members may facilitate in this discussion and ask questions of staff in response to comments received. At this time, I'll administer the oath to all persons intending to provide oral comments on this matter. If you are here in person or attending virtually via Zoom, please raise your right hand and answer "I do" after I read the oath. And I encourage you to take the oath if you're not even sure if you're going to speak or not. Do you swear that the comments that you are about to make are the truth? Thank you. Please lower your hands. And before you address the board, you've heard this so many times today, please say your name and whether or not you've taken the oath. The order of presentations we'll start with our staff presentation as usual, and then we will proceed to the next page. We will receive presentations from US EPA, the City of San Diego, and we will allow public comments. So we'll start with our staff presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cantu and members of the San Diego Water Board. For the record, my name is Joanne Lim, Water Resource Control Engineer with the Source Control Regulation Unit, and I have taken the oath. For this presentation, I will start off with the receiving waters and beneficial uses in the vicinity of the discharge. Then I will discuss the City of San Diego's Metro system and Pure Water San Diego program. I will briefly discuss the development of the tentative order before handing it off to Peter Kozelka of US EPA to discuss the 301H waiver from secondary treatment standards and the facility's history in meeting the waiver requirements. This first image is the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant with the the primary sedimentation basins here and the anaerobic digesters in the back. The ocean is in the foreground, in the background, and Coronado and downtown San Diego is also in the image. Here's a location map of the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant and ocean outfall. The light blue area here represents the state waters, and beyond that is the federal waters. The discharge is about 4 nautical miles off the coast within federal waters. Although the discharge point is beyond the limit of the state-regulated ocean waters, the effluent plume migration into state waters warrants a jointly consolidated permit issued by the San Diego Water Board and US EPA. The proximate discharge location is shown here with the red dot. All the ocean discharges in the San Diego region discharge within the Southern California Bight. In the Bight, the influence of both the cold California current, offshore flowing south, and the warm Southern California countercurrent, near shore flowing north and around the Channel Islands, allows for some of the richest marine diversity. In addition to the biodiversity, the area offers many water-related recreational activities, such as swimming, surfing, diving, fishing, and sightseeing. The outfall is near the Point Loma kelp beds. I merged 2 images here on this slide. One image is the, is the outfall monitored stations and contour lines, and the other image shows one of the aerial images of the kelp beds. The Point Loma kelp bed is the largest in the San Diego region. Kelp forests, such as this one, shelter an amazing variety of organisms. More than 800 species have been identified in and around kelp forest communities in Southern California. In addition to their ecological significance, kelp forests support important commercial and recreational fisheries, diving, snorkeling, and wildlife viewing. The outfall is also near the Cabrillo State Marine Reserve. Again, I merged two images here, with the red area being the approximate area of the marine protected location. This reserve contains numerous marine species, such as sea anemone, algae, seaweeds, and coral. The Point Loma wastewater treatment plant serves as the terminal treatment facility of the Metro system. All of the green area, whoops, I keep pushing the wrong buttons, I'm sorry. All of the green area is the participating agencies listed here on the right, which discharge into the San Diego Metro system. The yellow area is the city of San Diego. Currently, not all the wastewater flows to the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant. A portion of the wastewater from Santee, El Cajon, and the unincorporated community of Lakeside is skimmed off and treated at the Ray Stoyer water recycling facility before discharging to the Metro system. Ray Stoyer is owned and operated by Padre Dam Municipal Water District and is regulated under separate waste discharge requirements. A portion of the wastewater in San Diego is treated by North City Water Reclamation Facility, and some treated by the South Bay Water Reclamation Plant. Both facilities are owned and operated by the City of San Diego and are regulated by separate waste discharge requirements. The city is working on offloading more wastewater from the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant to discharge less wastewater and solids to the ocean and produce more much-needed recycled water for the region. The program is called Pure Water San Diego. Pure Water San Diego is a long-term program that will provide a safe, reliable, and cost-effective potable water supply for San Diego and is being implemented in 2 phases: North City Pure Water Project and Central Area Project. For phase 1, the city is constructing a pump station and force main to send more wastewater to the water reclamation plant, expand in North City water reclamation plant from 30 to 52 million gallons per day to treat that additional flow, upgrade in the Metro Biosolid Center to handle more sludge from the North City water reclamation plant, constructing the North City Pure Water Project to provide advanced treatment to the recycled wastewater, and constructing the pump station and force main to send advanced treated wastewater to the Miramar Reservoir. The city will store the advanced treated wastewater in the Miramar Reservoir and process it at its water treatment plant before delivery to the public. San Diego expects to finish phase 1 by June 2027 within the permit term of the tentative order. the city is working on the details for Phase 2, the Central Area Project. San Diego expects to finish Phase 2 by 2035, beyond the permit term of the tentative order. San Diego will come up later to provide more details on their program. NPDES permits are reissued every 5 years. The San Diego Water Board and US EPA develop the requirements in the tentative order based on information submitted as part of the application through monitoring and reporting programs and other information such as inspections. During the reissuance process, the permit language is updated to match State Water Board and regional templates and match updated plans and policies. Although this is a unique NPDES permit with the 301H waiver, the reissuance still follows the requirements of any regular reissuance. With each NPDES reissuance, the effluent data for the past permit cycle is analyzed to determine if the effluent has the potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance of water quality objectives. If the analysis finds that the potential does exist, an effluent limitation is included in the tentative order. If not, a performance goal is included. Effluent limitations are enforceable standards for the regulation of the discharge, while performance goals are not. The performance goals serve to ensure existing treatment levels and effluent quality is sufficient to support state and federal anti-degradation policies. For the recent analysis, the Point Loma effluent, only 2 of the 83 parameters from Table 3 of the Ocean Plan showed potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance of the water quality objectives based on best professional judgment. These parameters are chlorine and chronic toxicity. The current 2017 permit has effluent limitations for these parameters, and the limitations are carried over to the tentative order. The current 2017 permit has effluent limitations for Aldrin. Based on the effluent data for the past permit cycle, Aldrin was determined not to have reasonable potential to cause or contribute to an exceedance of water quality objectives. Thus, the tentative order replaces the Aldrin effluent limitations with performance goals. On March 4th, 2022, the National Marine Fisheries Service issued a final biological opinion, providing its review of potential effects of the Point Loma discharge on federally listed threatened and endangered species and essential fish habitat. The terms and conditions in the biological opinion include nutrient monitoring to determine the loading of nutrients to the ocean, a euphotic zone study to determine the depth of the euphotic zone and whether the wastewater plume enters the euphotic zone where it could stimulate phytoplankton productivity, and effluent monitoring for organophosphate flame retardants to determine the effects of the discharge on threatened and endangered species and essential fish habitat. The 2022 addendum added these requirements to the Point Loma permit, and these requirements have been carried over to the tentative order. Like other recently adopted NPDES permits in this region, the tentative order adds the listed requirements on the screen. 1, if the effluent consistently exceeds a performance goal or a benchmark, the tentative order requires the city to investigate the cause and provide a report. 2, if required by the San Diego Water Board and US EPA, the tentative order requires the city to investigate receiving water violations. The tentative order also includes requirements to 3, submit facility capacity reports, 4, develop and submit an asset management plan, and 5, upload the receiving water monitoring results to the California Environmental Data Exchange Network, abbreviated as CEDN. On this slide are 2 additional major additions to the tentative order. The tentative order requires the city to complete an updated dilution analysis for the outfall, or a report demonstrating that the discharge volume changes and or other impacts from Pure Water San Diego will not decrease the initial dilution below the value used in the current permit and the tentative order. The second item, the tentative order requires the city to monitor for PFAS in the effluent. This will be the first time adding PFAS monitoring requirements in an NPDES permit in this region. On March 1st, 2024, the public notice for today's hearing, the tentative order, and the tentative decision document were sent out to the city and all known interested parties. The final due date for comment letters was announced as April 1st. However, the state is observing Cesar Chavez on that day, and we will push the due date to April 2nd. As mentioned, as you mentioned, Chair, US EPA and the San Diego Water Board will not take any action today, but will formally act on the tentative order and tentative decision document at a subsequent board meeting after the close of public comment period and after consultations with other agencies. US EPA and the San Diego Water Board must consult with federal agencies regarding the potential impacts of this project on wildlife and ocean life. Consultations with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services and National Marine Fisheries Service have begun and will likely result in may affect, not likely to adversely affect, determinations. Each federal agency must provide their determination as part of the overall approval of reissuing this NPDES permit. The City of San Diego must also receive a determination of consistency with the Coastal Zone Management Act from the California Coastal Commission. After all this has occurred, the US EPA Region 9 Administrator can choose to sign the final decision letter, signaling its approval of the city's application for the 301H waiver. San Diego Water Board staff will then bring this item back to the board for consideration and adoption of the tentative order. At this point, I'd like Peter Kozelka to come up to discuss the 301H waiver and secondary treatment and compliance.
Board members, Peter Kozelka here from US EPA Region 9 Water Division. Glad to be here today.
Excuse me, you've taken the oath.
I have taken the oath. Thanks for that reminder. Yep. All right, we're on target. So some of you are aware of the 301H waiver. It's all right. I'll go louder. Some of you are aware of the 301H waiver and how it is intertwined with the NPDES permit. For you, Celeste Cantu, the idea here is a 301H waiver creates a 301H modified permit, not like many, many other permits that you have heard in your life. Just to be clear, the 301H waiver brings things down to a different lower level of treatment, and that's why a waiver of this is required. Give me a hand here. Okay, very briefly, in 1972, all POTWs were designed, or the goal was to have all POTWs to achieve secondary treatment by 1977. As a result of the fact that some were not going to do that, Clean Water Act Section 301H was created in order to allow, on a case-by-case basis, a waiver from those secondary treatment standards. The Point Loma facility is one of those. It currently treats advanced primary treated wastewater into the Pacific Ocean. Advanced primary generally means that they do an exceptional level related to removing suspended solids, and they do chlorinate in order to ensure that they're disinfecting. And this 301H waiver for this facility has been around since 1995. There are as many as 9 criteria for the potential to be eligible for a 301H waiver. You must meet all of those criteria. I don't need to read to you all of these. I did underline a couple of them, one of which is the applicant must have a sufficient monitoring program to be able to demonstrate the effects on the marine biota, as well as the ability to meet the receiving water standards. In this case, the city's system is large enough that it also needs to have a pretreatment requirement. And down at the bottom, it must meet all applicable standards, whether they're narrative standards or numeric standards. In this case, both the ocean plan that you all have in place, as well as any potential water quality criteria that EPA chooses to apply. The city also has a requirement in order to potentially be available for the 301H waiver. They have to meet 301HJ5 requirements, a different section of the Clean Water Act exclusively for the city of San Diego for this particular facility. There are some things listed there. They must have a reclaimed wastewater program. They have to continually reduce their suspended solids mass emissions, and they have to meet higher than primary, which are not shown in this table, but they have to meet greater than 80% removal and greater than 58% removal. Primary standards are below that at 30%. Secondary standards are above that at 85% removal for each. This slide on the right is intending to show you the actual mass emissions of total suspended solids over the course of a 20-year time frame. They're down somewhere around 7,000. Maybe there are some elevated levels in the 9,000. So the current permit has this 11,999. The draft permit will retain that number of 11,999, and then it will step down for one little part every year for the 5th year. That is based upon an agreement between the city and some environmental groups called a cooperative agreement. It's not something that EPA is subject to, nor is the board subject to it. The city can explain it if you want to know more about that cooperative agreement. And just for your reference, if this facility were to switch to secondary and achieve that and emit at their design capacity of 240 million gallons per day, the lower number there would be 9,900. So if they were to go to secondary, that's what they would be allowed to potentially discharge. They're currently doing about 9,000 or potentially lower than that, depending upon which year you're looking at. So here's some more on the BOD compliance standards. The ocean plan has a greater than 75% removal, as well as a specific number that you must meet of 60 milligrams per liter. Then there's the 3015J numbers of 80% and 58%. And the performance by this facility for the past 5 years is very high, 94% compliance for TSS, and nearly complete compliance with BOD with one minor underperformance. So I too want to talk a little bit about monitoring. Mine is not going to be exactly what Joanne showed you. The point of the underlying portion on the right-hand side is that for the 301H specific evaluation, we have to look at, does the receiving water meet pH, natural light transmittance, dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll A, bacteria, et cetera. So we looked at all of that data in those receiving water stations that Joanne has already described to you. It does meet those applicable standards for those particular parameters. Now I wanted to show you some sediment chemistry as well as a little bit about benthic community in the next several slides. And we're going to focus on two areas, those that are up in the upper left, and those are sometimes referred to as reference stations, as opposed to those that are right around the outfall. And you'll see me talk about E14, which is the location, sampling point in the sediments right next to the outfall itself. So concentration is on the y-axis, increasing, and we're going to look at the nitrogen on the left-hand side first. And the reason that I wanted to show you the two red boxes is that a set of bars in the middle for E14 actually represents 20 separate years of data. So you're looking at each station, a mass of information has been compiled. And if you look at it in the big picture, you can kind of see, well, there are some singular elevated levels, or you can look at it collectively and say, well, in the case of nitrogen, E14 and its neighbors look like most of the others, and at least, if not lower, than the two reference stations. If you look at the graph on the right, which is biological oxygen demand also in the sediments, you see slightly higher values at E14 than at the reference stations. Not dramatically higher, but in general, if you looked at all 20 of those bars and you created something, you might see something that's a little bit larger than the reference stations. We talked about this last time. BOD seems to be an issue, and yet if you look at those bars, it kind of goes up, it goes down. It's not like it's going in an increasing trend all the time. It's worth noting that particular feature is not here. These are some other chemical parameters. Again, arsenic seems to be high, yet if you look at it compared to reference, it is not high or does not appear to be abnormally high. I can't explain to you why arsenic is high in these particular locations and not high at the reference, but that's the way the data plays out. In terms of DDT, it looks like it's about normal compared to reference stations. And then zinc also looks like it's normal compared to reference stations. Now I want to switch to benthic community. I also showed this slide, although it has been updated, the last time we presented. The benthic response index score on the y-axis, a lower score is better. The two lower lines represent the reference station and the far field station, and those, one might say, are showing a slight increasing trend. It's not really definitive. And I didn't really want to put lines in there to confuse your eyes as well as anybody else's eyes. There's a lot of scatter to this data. We're looking at benthic community scores. The one for E14 definitely shows an upward trend. It is approaching the reference score of 25. It appears to be approaching a minor deviation from reference, and that this is 2021 up to 2021 data. We don't have 22, we don't have 23 data for you. So I just have to recognize that the data may not always seem to go up in the future. I don't have that data, I can't say that, but you can see before that there's a lot of scatter going up and down, up and down. At this point, we're not at levels that I would say you all should be of concern. We're not at 40 where there's a loss of biodiversity. We are in the area of minor deviation. Now I'm going to talk about fish tissue results. And there are two sets of stations, either trawl fishing or rig fishing. And we're looking for various different pollutants. And in this case, it actually looks at both the fish tissue, which would be eaten by another animal, as well as, the the fish liver is eaten by the whole animal, say a large shark, that sort of thing, as opposed to just the fish flesh itself, which would be eaten by human health. So we have two slides here. Again, concentration is on the y-axis. In the upper left-hand slide, it's PCBs in flat fish livers. And the importance here is that if you look at the data relative to the stations, meaning you have 4 data points for each year, they all seem to be closely clustered together. So there doesn't seem to be any particular uniquely high values related to the effluent that might be where the fish are. Kind of makes sense to me. Fish move around a lot. They're not always hanging around outfalls. They might even want to go over to where those kelp beds are, because that's where more food is available. On the lower left-hand side is rockfish muscle tissue. And in this case, RF1 is very close to the outfall. And yet, if you look, you can see how RF2, the standard station, is closely resembling that next to the outfall. So it doesn't appear to be any major deviation in levels for the reference versus the actual station that's closest to the outfall. As mentioned, because this is a federal action of issuing a permit, as well as the 301H waiver is an action by EPA, we have to do Endangered Species Act consultation and Magnuson-Stevenson Act consultation, which is essential fish habitat. The part that I wanted to mention is the third bullet there that Joanne has already described, and that is that euphotic zone study 1 has already been completed, and that was a desktop analysis, and the city will perform euphotic zone 2, and they can describe that for you, but that's essentially a field measurement evaluation as a response of the desktop analysis. Both of those were already in the amendment that was done in 2022, and as a result of a formal consultation between EPA and NMFS for the discharge. And then it was EPA's suggestion requirement to add PFAS monitoring related to this forthcoming ESA consultation. So overall, the evaluation of the criteria is presented in green here. There really are they are meeting all the criteria. They are also meeting the 301J5 criteria, as previously mentioned. There are a few deviations, very minor, relative to a 5-year time frame. We still have to finish the Coastal Zone Management Act consultation with the Coastal Commission, and we still have to complete the ESA and the EFH consultation with NMFS. So those two are waiting actions. And so in this case, our regional administrator had to make an initial decision to propose a tentative support for the 301H waiver, and that's what we have produced as a tentative decision document, and we are taking comment on that just like for the draft permit itself. I think you've seen most of this. The only thing that I would want to say is that the order by which the board meets to take on adoption is not necessarily contingent upon EPA's action of the 301H waiver first. That happened in reverse last time. We can do it either way as you wish. So with that, I take questions if you have any.
This is not really a substantive question, but do you know the nickname for the surf spot at the last really publicly accessible spot in Point Loma?
No.
It's called Garbage.
Okay.
When I first moved here, before I knew that where the Point Loma outfall was, I thought it was funny, but I wish that I've said this before, I wish that this information was more publicly available or more well understood in the cultural vernacular. Because I think that we've seen year after year of testing from the city of San Diego at these outfalls and the other outfalls that you have to do, and it's actually, I think, really helpful information that should be shared.
Thank you.
Just because you might know off the top of your head, which number of waivers is this? Well, no, this is the only one in existence, but of the years, is this the 7th waiver, 6th waiver?
I know what you're getting at. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I think you're in the ballpark.
I was trying to imagine. I remember the first waiver very clearly.
Okay.
And I remember the statement that went with it. Now, the circumstances have all changed radically because of pure water, which is a wonderful thing. But at that point, the statement was, this is a one-time only deal. And so that I can never forget that statement as I see these over and over and over again.
Yeah, you
I
might.
thought you might know.
You might be interested. There are down to about 25 to 30 301H waivers across the United States.
Only one in California? or
Only one now
Pacific?
in California. There were 3 when I started my job 25 years ago, so we're down to 1. EPA Region 9 has to issue, or consider 301H waivers for 2 other facilities in American Samoa. They're quite small. And then, as far as I know, the largest one is in Puerto Rico, and it's about double the discharge rate, something like 200 MGD. And I don't, New York is, I should say, EPA Region 2 is the one that acts on that particular setup. But most of them tend to be small facilities, unique situations. The city of San Diego's is different, and it's been around a while.
I think we're now moving into the unique situation, which I think is good.
Okay.
So I think, unless we have any more questions for EPA, we'll invite the city of San Diego.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Juan Guerrero, Director of the City of San Diego's Public Utilities Department. I have taken the oath. With me today are many members of our team who have key roles in supporting our efforts. The partnership and guidance from both the EPA and the Regional Board and our stakeholders have been essential to the shared environmental and operational benefits over the years. Together, we've addressed challenges directly, resulting in tremendous advancements in environmental health and environmental justice. And we look forward to complying with the permit and continuing our progress on Pure Water San Diego. We appreciate the thoughtful review of our submitted permit application, and we look forward to collaborating with you and answering any questions along the way as we move forward with the process. Thank you for your time today, and I'll now pass it over to Public Utilities Department's Executive Assistant Director, Lisa Celaya.
Good afternoon, Water Board members, staff, stakeholders. I'm Lisa Celaya, Executive Assistant Director for the Public Utilities Department, and I have taken the oath. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity to provide an overview of our Point Loma wastewater treatment plant and our permit and regulatory requirements. I'll also be presenting on our ocean monitoring program and the strategic approach of our asset management plan. Lastly, I'll discuss the future of our facility and our commitment to providing resilient water and wastewater services to the community. As stated earlier, the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant opened in 1963. It is the main treatment facility for the regional metropolitan wastewater system, which has a service area of over 450 square miles and provides wastewater services to approximately 2.2 million residents throughout this region. The Point Loma wastewater treatment plant treats approximately 140 million gallons of wastewater per day and has a maximum permitted treatment capacity of 240 million gallons per day. Advanced primary treated wastewater from the plant is discharged to the ocean via the Point Loma Ocean Outfall, which is one of the longest and deepest outfalls in the United States at 4.5 miles. Am I doing it? Sorry. And it's 320 miles deep, 320 feet deep. Sorry about that. As noted earlier, this map does outline that the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant is vital to this region. It processes all the sewage flow from the metro system, which not only includes the customers in the city of San Diego, shown in the orange, but the 12 other participating agencies in the San Diego County, shown in the green. Approximately 30% of the total system flows are from the participating agencies, while the remaining flows are from the city of San Diego. Although the Point Loma treatment plant was originally built in the 60s, the city has incorporated several innovative features. The plant has been energy self-sufficient since 2012. Methane produced as a byproduct of the wastewater treatment plant is enough to provide the energy needed to operate the plant. Excess methane produced is treated to national natural gas standards and injected into utility natural gas pipelines for other use through a public-private partnership. This was the first project of its kind in the state of California. More recently, the city has undertaken an industrial stormwater diversion project under the most recently issued statewide industrial general permit. Once completed, this project will facilitate advanced primary treatment of industrial stormwater and eliminate direct discharges to the ocean. The city has also upgraded primary treatment by incorporating an innovative process known as peroxide regenerated iron technology, which results in cost savings, enhanced primary treatment, and odor control compared to traditional treatment. The Point Loma Treatment Plant NPDES permit is a consolidated permit issued by the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board and the United States EPA. This permit is required to treat and discharge wastewater to the ocean through the Point Loma ocean outfall. Requirements contained within the permit are designed to protect the public and the environmental health. The Federal Clean Water Act requires the city to discharge wastewater at a secondary treatment level or receive a variance. Currently, under this consolidated permit, the Point Loma plant is meeting the same water quality standards required of facilities with full secondary treatment, with the exception of BOD and TSS. Pure water will further improve water quality by reducing the effluent flows by 50% and reduce loading for TSS and BOD by over 50% once fully operational. The city operates a comprehensive ocean monitoring program designed to assess the impact of treated wastewater discharge into the coastal waters of San Diego. The program is one of the largest and most comprehensive programs of its kind, spanning from San Diego to northern Baja California, from the beaches to offshore depths of over 500 meters. The program is conducted in collaboration with the Scripps Institute of Oceanography and Southern California Coastal Water Research Project. Showing data has been recorded for over 30 years and shows a healthy marine environment, and we will continue to monitor. The city has demonstrated compliance with permit effluent limitations as highlighted on the slide. Over 86% compliance for BOD, with only one violation in 7 years related to pure water construction activities that has been addressed. For all other factors, our compliance rates range from 93% to 99.9% based on 75 months of monitoring. These figures underscore our unwavering commitment to maintaining quality service delivery and high environmental standards despite the challenges posed by maintenance and construction activities. This should look familiar from our previous presentation. The city uses an industry standard risk-based scoring methodology to accurately assess the likelihood of failure and consequence of failure, considering the current condition and performance of our assets. This approach allows us to prioritize maintenance and capital planning effectively. Facility-specific condition assessments are conducted to tailor our maintenance and capital project planning. Projects that protect the health and safety of our system are a top priority for the city of San Diego. The city and the regional board's goals are in alignment. An asset management plan will be required under this permit renewal, and we have already started this effort. In 2022, we completed a detailed condition assessment of the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant. The extensive assessment is over 11,000 pages and cataloged every asset within the facility. Currently, the city is reviewing the recommendations and compiling a strategic project packages to address the identified capital and maintenance projects. Projects designated as critical or posing a high risk have been incorporated into our capital improvement program priority list, which ensures that the most urgent infrastructure needs are addressed. Additional projects will be incorporated into long-range planning based on prioritization with other projects in the system as part of our integrated master planning for all assets, including pure water. As a coastal city, we recognize that there is a need to ensure our infrastructure remains resilient against rising sea levels and storm storage. And we are integrating climate change action planning into our asset management framework, including at the Point Loma facility in Pure Water. The Pure Water program represents a pivotal partnership between the city and prominent environmental organizations like San Diego Coastkeeper, Surfrider Foundation, Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation, and the Audubon Society, alongside regional and state regulators. The program plays a key role in the permit variance. Without this variance, the city would need to make over $2 billion of investments to upgrade Point Loma wastewater treatment plant to meet secondary treatment standards. Construction of Pure Water Phase 1 is underway, promising a significant regional benefits, including achieving secondary treatment equivalency at Point Loma by reducing ocean discharges and lowering the volume of wastewater that will need to be processed. This project is key to creating a sustainable local water supply and provides vital relief to our wastewater system, enhancing environmental and infrastructure resilience. Approval of the 301H variance is instrumental for us to continue these efforts, avoiding significant financial and logistical challenges, and furthering our commitment to innovative water management and environmental preservation strategies. I wanted to highlight for you how Pure Water will improve water quality effluent from Point Loma. Pure Water will result in a reduction in many constituents of emerging concern, including PFAS. These photos show the difference of brine from the reverse osmosis process without and with ozone and BAC, which removes a large amount of dissolved organic compounds, including many CECs. To provide an update on our construction status, Phase 1 of the North City Pure Water program is well underway in reaching the halfway point. Of note, the Pure Water facility itself is over 60% constructed. In addition, construction of the Phase 2 demonstration plant at the Central Area Small Scale Facility is approximately 35% completed. As Juan stated earlier, we appreciate the thoughtful review and look forward to the formal approval and any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions for the city of San Diego? Yes, Darren.
Just from my understanding, the fundamental problem is that you just don't have the room out on Point Loma to process all of it. So Pure Water is going to reduce that load and help. So the other question I have is, right now, the water that comes out of the Santee or Padre Dam plant, do you process that at all, or does that just go on straight to the outfall?
It's the brine, yeah.
Your little map shows the pipeline coming kind of right through and past your facility.
Yeah, their discharge would go into our wastewater collection system and then would be transported to the Point Loma wastewater treatment plant for treatment. And then disposal.
So you do treat it even after
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So their program will help you a lot too then.
Well, we've been coordinating really closely with them on a few specific projects to make sure there aren't any unintended consequences of either project impacting each other.
But you will get their brine, though.
Yes, and Centrate.
It's coming down through the pump station, right?
Yes, yeah. It'll be diverted around the Pure Water project, so it won't be recycled back up to North City. It'll go to the Point Loma Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Thank you for that.
Do we have any members of the public or people on Zoom who wish to address the board? Last call for people in the audience. Okay.
If you're on Zoom and you'd like to comment, please raise your hand.
Any last call for questions? Okay, thank you for these presentations and comments on this matter. As a reminder, the San Diego Board will not act on this matter today, but will do so at a later date. If you've made your comments orally today, we encourage you to submit them as written comments as well, so we can keep them in the record. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And board member requests, do you have any future agenda items you'd like to articulate at this time? Okay, we will see you next month in Temecula, I believe.
That is correct.
We're not here. I think it's Temecula.
Brilliant insight.
I think it is Temecula. Our business. Yeah, that's Temecula. That's Temecula. Our meeting is adjourned.